Well, hello there, you spectacular specimens of humankind, you happy-go-lucky scamps of individuals. Welcome to the cult of Vane, the home of hedonism, here on Twitch that we call twitch.tv/@VanVane. Look at me, I'm all dressed all smart and shit. Yeah. How you doing, you beautiful individuals, you happy-go-lucky scamps of humankind? How is... Oh, all right, okay, we're kicking straight in. We're kicking straight off with Dean.
6 months to go. Hi, you. Been a bit.
It has been a bit. It has been a bit. I hope that whatever it is that has kept you away from us has been glorious, Dean. Kept you nice and smiley. Kept you all grinning and what have you, you know. Dean! I should now inscribe your name on the mirror of Vane. It's a Dean. I have your name on the mirror of Vane. It means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is, well, you know, after 63 months, you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough.
Panda to it, panda to it.
Interruption, because I must. Mostly been recovering from the COVID I had a few weeks ago.
Oh, good Lord. Well, it sounds like the recovery has been slow. The recovery has been slow, but I'm glad that you are on the mend now, you beautiful bean. I'm glad you're on the mend now. Was it particularly rough? Per chance? Also, thank you very much for $100 panderings. I should have known. By having your name on the mirror of Vane means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But go, damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? You know, you beautiful individual. Whoop. Let me slide that back where it belongs. How's it going, you beautiful beans? Hello, Renah. How you doing, Lunicorn? Tinks, you cheeky little devil. J Evening Star, welcome on back in. Giles, hello, you beautiful individual. Hope everyone's doing as well can be today. Yeah, doing all right. I was really irritable yesterday. We'll talk about the weekend, I'm sure, but I was really irritable yesterday. Boy, it was bad. It was bad times. Bad times all around yesterday, but we're doing all right today. We're doing okay today. Pastor Van, hello. I am a beautiful vodka. It's true. It is very, very true. Zooey Booey, how you doing, you beautiful bean? It's a Dean. Finally able to be here. We're very glad to have you back. Very glad to have you back as always, Dean, you beautiful bean. Nibberin. How you doing, you beautiful individual? Welcome on in. Trash Panda Ho. One of these days, I'll get your name right. Phineas Events, hello, you glorious individuals. Your interruptions were missed. How very dare you? How very dare you, Nibrin? How very dare you encourage and enable this behavior? Good Lord. Hope you're having good time zones. So far, so good. So far, so good. Today's been a busy day. Been a busy day just catching up on little bits and pieces because I wasn't meant to go out at the weekend. This weekend was meant to be my chill weekend where I just sit at home and relax and do some editing and do some little bits and pieces. And then I found out that it was a big arts and cultural festival happening in town, and I was like, I gotta go to that. I gotta go to that. I gotta go to that. So I did. I packed up my camera and vlogged the entire thing. But I'm not gonna get it ready for this Friday. I'll do it for the Friday after. It's fine. It's not an issue. It's not an issue. It's not like a festival event where it all has to be like time sensitive and stuff. So I'm gonna do a different video this weekend, and then I'll do a vlog. That vlog some other time. So you get to all the fancy dancy arty stuff that happened, you know, because it's good. It was very, very good. A lot of it was very, very good. Some of it I was like, I'm not entirely sure I understand what this is, but then maybe that's because I didn't stick around for all of them. Did you dress up? No. I mean, I dressed in my normal clothing, and I got quite a few people being like, which it always makes me happy, you know. But overall, Jesus Christ, I'm warm already. Overall, I didn't like dress up. It was like Freedom Festival is like a celebration of multiculturalism, because the guy who was like one of the leaders in getting rid of slavery in the UK was William Wilberforce, who came from my hometown, came from Hull. So they do Freedom Festival as a way of being like, hey, guess what? We do all these things.
Most kind.
What? 10? 10 tier 2s? 10. 10? 10. Before you even said hello. 10? Oh my God, Zabadian. Oh my God. Bloody Nora. 10 tier 2s. 10. 10. I will never get used to this. I will never fucking get used to this. Good lord. Oh. Now I need to do a real funny angle while I write all these down. The first one. The second one. The third one. The fourth one. I don't call these people out just in case they're lurking in chat. Good lord, hold on.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Come on, sing us a song. Make sure the subject is getting it on. Make it graphic and tantrically long. Be sure to rhyme thong and schlong. Go ahead, your mic's on.
My mic is definitely on. That is very true. That is very, very true. Oh my lordy, hold on. Thank you very much for the panderings, Drazotta, you cheeky devil. Where was I? I've got 4 more to do, so that must be 6. Seven. 8. Oh no, this is 9. And finally 10. Oh, good lord. Oh my lordy. Oh. All of those names have been inscribed on the mirror event. If you are here and you are not lurking, could you please say a massive thank you to Zabadian for those 10 gifted tier 2s. Good lord. Good lord. By having your name on the mirror event, you mean to get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devils, and of course you get access to all the 6 lily emotes, including the tier 2 Pokemon emotes with my face on them. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I wish I was someone else. Because then I get to look at me. Ooh, sexy, ooh, yes, me, yeah, you know? You know? You cheeky devils. What's wrong with lurking? Nothing's wrong with lurking at all, Mambo Gato, excuse me. Nothing wrong with lurking. I'm saying if they're not lurking, if somebody's been gifted a sub and they're not lurking, I would love it if they could say thank you to the person that gifted that sub to them. Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. But no, I'm all for lurkers. I'm all for lurkers. I'm a colossal lurker myself. When I wake up in the morning, I'm like, oh, I'll go down, have a cup of tea. Oh, there it is. Look, there it is. There's my cup of tea. Put on a friend, nice little stream in the background, and just lurk away. Listen to the sultry tones of their voice while they play some interesting game, I'm sure. Most certainly. But yeah, nothing wrong with lurking at all. Nothing wrong with lurking. Zabadian, that is far too bloody kind of you. Thank you so much, you beautiful bean. Again, thank you so much. That's, oh my god, you plucky young whippersnapper. Where was I? Oh, yes. Stupedia, hello, you beautiful bean. Welcome on in. Phoenix the Fence coming in with the 3 streams in a row. You've been streaking through here. I'm not surprised. It is very warm today. Even though it's cloudy and rainy and windy, there's a storm brewing where I am in the world. And yet, it is still fucking toasty. Maybe that's just me. Do you know what I mean? Interesting, Nibirin. That should be working. Hold on a minute. But I did this. I remember doing this because I literally closed the window this morning because I was like, oh, I've already done that. I can do it through the medium of this. I can do it now. I've definitely done it before. What the fuck? Behoff.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
What is a plant's favorite instrument? A photosynthesizer.
Oh my god. Oh my good lord. Dear Lord, what am I like? Oh my dear Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, all gents outside between, delve deep into your bits of popcorn and throw them at the Raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these two, all the moon wizards. The moon wizards are here. Not the moon wizards, the follower of the great moon wizard. The follower of the great moon wizard. Ah. Throw popcorn at those cheeky little Raiders. Oh my god, it is the beautiful, the glorious, the exquisitely toned, and by toned I mean sultry voice. I'm not sure about the abs upon Krusty. I'm sure I could wash my smalls on them though. The glorious, fabulous Krusty.
Hand it to it.
Oh, come on now.
It.
What is a photographer's favorite instrument? A photosynthesizer.
Oh my good lord. Milky Paw, come on now. Come on now. In front of all these beautiful new people. Oh, come on. People, go and check out my dear friend Krusty. Fabulous Krusty is an amazingly hilarious human being. One of my go-to favorite YouTubers of all the times. And also a very, very entertaining streamer. Does lots of streams here on the wonderful world of Twitch. As you can see today, he was running a water park. And that not Water Sports. That's a different thing. I'm sure that Krusty was definitely not. However, I do have to ask, now that you've popped over, praise the Moon Wizard. Krusty, how many poos were there? How many poos were there? Was there a lot of poos? Just little fecalations left about the park? Or have you managed to get that in hand now? Have you managed to stop people from just popping a squat like mid water slide? So like what's the situation? What's the situation? Friends, if you're new here, two things you need to know about this channel. One, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. Two, if you're under the age of 18, which you shouldn't be because you were just in Krusty's stream, and Krusty does some very interesting things on Krusty's stream. You deleted all of the toilets, so there were many poos. Not as many poos as dead people. That is one way to deal with it. That is one way to deal with it, Krusty. I have to say, if you murder all of the people, then the digestive tracts stop working, and therefore you don't get as much poo in the. Don't get as many people popping a squat in the middle of the water park. I think that is, if anything, quite an out of the box and forward thinking way of dealing with the amount of fecalation that was polluting the park. I don't know, it's not me, all right, I'm not in charge, but I would recommend you for a raise, all right? I would recommend you for a raise on account of your out of the box, innovative thinking. I'm wearing a suit today, a business person, innovative, creative, and other words that corporations use. Yeah. Yeah, great. On board it. Love that. On board it. But yeah, friends, you're not allowed to be here if you're under the age of 18 because I talk a lot of filth and debauchery, and in a more direct way than darling Krusty. You know, entrepreneurial. Exactly. Really like on the ball there. You know, murder stops digestive tracts. No poo. No poo. All right. That's the one. That is the only way to do it. Krusty, if you need to take beer off, if you need to go grab a snappily treat, a delightful little beverage, as I have got a nice, delightful caffeinated beverage with me. If you need to go and do all of those things, please go do so. And that goes for your wonderful, wonderful community as well. If any of you need to disappear off, go grab a snappily treat. As much as I love your attention, and as you can tell by my sexual ardor, I very much love your attention. But if you need to disappear off, please go do so. Please do what you need to do, because your life must come first. You got to look after yourself first. Otherwise, how are you meant to pander to my ego? If you don't look after yourself, you won't have the energy to be like, my God, Valen, everything about you is everything. Do you know what I mean? So it's really important that you look after yourselves, because if you're going to give me the level of praise that I obviously deserve, then you need to make sure you look after yourself, right? There we go. Do you know what I mean? What do your streams consist of? Just Sally. Hello, you beautiful individual. Mondays, I tend to chat a lot of shit. We tend to talk about sex quite a lot because I am a sex educator and a filth wizard extraordinaire. Not the moon wizard. That's a very important individual that's probably far more above my station, but a filth wizard nonetheless. Tuesdays, we are currently doing Date Everything, and Wednesdays, we're currently doing Blueprints, because I like to talk about a lot of those bits and pieces. Well, the Date Everything is really, really interesting because, first of all, sex education, relationship dynamics, and the fact that it's really fucking well written. And Blueprints is like this generation's Myst, and I am a glutton for the lore. An absolute glutton for the lore. However, this week, we're also doing an extra stream on Thursday, as like a community reward, because this wonderful community have hit donation goals and shit, where I'm going to be playing Stardew
Hand it to my ego, hand it to it, hand it to it!
Here we sing about wants and desires. Depravity, savagery, loins hotter than fire. So give me a thrust. Show me some lust. From the groin to the bust, little imp, you just must. In the house of Asmodeus.
What do you mean the house of Asmodeus? This is the house of Val and Vane. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck's Asmodeus talking about in my little scenario here? What's going on here? Do you know what I mean? Are you licensed as a I'm going to take this off. It's too bloody warm. Are you licensed as a sex educator? I am about to be. Actually, I have qualifications as a sex educator.
Hand it to it!
Newcomers, welcome to the cult. Enjoy your viewing of the filth wizard, the smut sorcerer, the warlock of wantonness. It's Valen fucking Vane.
It is Valen fucking Vane. It's true. I do have qualifications as a sex educator, but I am not a licensed sex therapist yet. I am in the process of getting that qualification. So I am in the process of getting that qualification. But I have got other qualifications that basically give me a bit of paper to say, hey, you got a bit of paper that says that you have some description of authority to say the things that you already knew. So, you know, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Because I unfucks all the veins. I do. Especially when I'm in a bedroom full of mirrors, like I usually am. Good luck to you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. For me, it's always been a case of like sex education just isn't good enough across the world. Like when I first found out about sex at the age of like fucking 11 or what have you, because my parents were very open-minded. They were like, hey, your body's going to go through some changes. These are things that you need to know and stuff. They didn't give me into like massive detail or what have you, but they were very open-minded about stuff. I was like, oh my God, this is really interesting, fascinating. Let me look more. Oh my God. And delve deep into the realms of what I could find out about it. And that was when I kind of really realized that sex education for 99% of the world is fucking god awful. It's really, really, really bad. So I was like, cool. And I wasn't intending to do sex education on like stream. That wasn't intentional by any stretch of the imagination, because I started off as a just chatting streamer, because my like outside of streaming, my main topic of work is cabarets. So I do like hosting shows and putting on burlesque shows and stuff like that. Itchy nose. That's like what I mainly do. And I came on stream and I was chatting shit and people were like, hey, you look like a deviant. Can I ask you a question about sex? And I was like, yeah, sure, by all means. And then that turned from one person asking me a question about sex to a few people asking me questions about sex. And then nearly, I would say a good 60 to 70% of my streams now end up with a conversation around sex and sex education and sexual dynamics and like all that jazz. So that's kind of how it evolved. And when it was like 2020, when I was like, cool, I'm going to go full-time content creator, because obviously the world shut down. And therefore I was like, cool, I've got 7 tours that have been cancelled. And then about 2021, 2022 was when I first looked into getting qualifications. And then it was last year that I got my first official qualification, which officially said, yeah, you have got a bit of paper that says you actually know what you're talking about. Which I have to say, is so fucking frustrating when you go on and you're like, cool, I want a bit of paper that says I know what I'm talking about. When you already know everything, well, I say everything, obviously the world is ever scoping. When you already know everything on the course that I was taking, when I already knew all of the things that were going on the course that I was taking, it was really frustrating because I was like, I have to go through all of this I have to jump through all these hoops in order to get the piece of paper, because they won't let me just take the test, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? They won't let me just take the exam and be like, right, okay, here we go. Here's all the bits and pieces. I have to do the course leading up to the exam. So it's just like, oh my God. Do you know what I mean? So that was the whole thing. I have to say, the sex therapy course is a lot more interesting. Because there's stuff in there to do with like psychology and stuff that I'm not as well clued up on. So that's really, really interesting. Really, really interesting. Has anyone played Ravenous Devils? I got it on my Switch, seeing it. I've never even heard of it, but then I don't have a Switch, Trash Panto. Don't have a Switch, I'm afraid. Let me whip down a wee bit. Pixie Bomb coming in with 120 streams in a row. You've been streaking through here. Good Lord. Careful. Thunderstorms are afoot. Make sure you don't get yourself nice and covered before you get very, very moist. Cat Fairy, hello. How you doing? How's it going? Been a bit of a weird weekend. Mix of feelings, really. I hope that you've ended up on a positive, though, Lunacon. Hope that's ended up on a positive for you. How long did it take you to remove all the makeup from the Bob Ross stream? 20 minutes. For those people, those new people here, how you doing? How's it going? On Friday, I did a community reward stream where we did a Bob Ross stream, which was, but I'm terrible at painting. So I did a Bob Ross, I followed a Bob Ross video, but did all of the art on my face using eyeshadows instead of paint. And it was heavy, heavy face. Are you educating towards the health of it? Thoughts about the adult content via videos. I am more into realism versus theatrical in a way. I am against it, so I don't know what your views on it.
Little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful bean. I really, really appreciate that. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but you're very, very welcome here, you beautiful bean. My views are different strokes for different folks. Sex work is real work. And my views at the moment are very much difficult to say, because a lot of the stuff that's happening in the UK in regards to like them censoring everything and restricting information means that it doesn't mean that people are going to stop watching pornography. What they're going to do is they're going to go to dodgier and dodgier websites. It's like they actually did a study and they were like, the UK government were like, yeah, like the amount of people that are going onto Pornhub has dropped by 40%. But when you actually look at the other websites that are dodgier, that rip off the stuff from Pornhub and stuff like that, it turns out that the people going onto porn websites as a whole has gone up by 4%. So it's actually had a counterintuitive way of dealing with the entire thing. But my view has always been, as long as it's all between consenting adults, but as long as there's no pressure, and as long as people are choosing to do it of their own volition, then I'm all for it. Do you know what I mean? It might not be my cup of tea. It might not be my thing, something that I'm particularly interested in, and there's a lot of genres out there that I'm not interested in. But as long as it's between consenting adults, then fair enough. You know, that's entirely okay. Do you know what I mean? That's certainly my view of it. But then I know an awful lot of sex workers. I know a lot of porn stars. I know a lot of cam girls. I know a lot of like sex workers that literally sell sex. You know, I know a lot of people from different walks of life and stuff, and they're all really nice people. So I'm like, yeah, if that's the way you want to make money and people are prepared to pay for it, sure thing. Sure thing. There's definitely a bigger conversation there around the morality of money and the morality of spending that money, but that's a very big conversation to get in there. Wild Annie, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Did I buy anything from the festival I went to at the weekend, Freedom Fest? No. There wasn't really any stores or anything like that. It was more like an arts and culture thing. An arts and culture thing. Lots of like performers from across the world that like came and did like street theater. So it was like loads of different places you could walk down the street and just catch some street theater and stuff. So it was very, very cool. Very, very cool. Very, very entertaining. There was a lot of things that I was like, this is interesting. Not sure about that. But that might just be because I didn't get it. I was in the wrong headspace to get it potentially, you know. Yeah, I know. It's fun. fly. It's fun to surprise people. It certainly is fun to surprise people, but not in the way that you do as a baddie with your dad jokes and your random acts of ridiculously extreme kindness. All right. All right. Shasta, you beautiful individual. 13 minutes ago, you redeemed a smolder. Well, hello there, you cheeky devil. Look at you coming over here. You wanted me to shake my earrings. Oh, shake those earrings, you cheeky little devil. What do you like? I mean, really. Got all of these beautiful individuals coming in from Krusty's stream, and you get me to get all close and personal. My God, what do you like? Insatiable, I tell you. Absolutely insatiable. Oh, my lordy. Getting all hot under the collar. God damn. You know? I just don't see overextensive sex as healthy. It seems concerning, but that's just my perspective because of I hear about it continuously. So that's when you start getting into the realms of societal understanding of what sex is. Like, for example, when it comes to teenagers, they have scientifically proven through various different studies that if you educate teenagers well, then they don't have as much sex. If you educate them well, you take out the taboo. You take out the dynamic, it's so exciting, I've got to do it. And therefore you have less situations of teen pregnancy, you have less situations of underage sex, you have all of these things that are like much less because these people have been well educated. And there are like studies that have literally proved that the more you try and censor something like sex so they can control their sex drive, it's more down to the fact that they just understand it better. The sex drive is always there. And I mean, so there's different dynamics in regards to sex drive. Sex drive is a bit of a misleading term in regards to like the psychology of sex. The better way to understand it is with like a sexual accelerator and a sexual brake. Things that turn you on, you're on your sexual accelerator. Things that turn you off on your sexual brake, and you can be really turned on, but something's on your brake that's stopping you from getting all aroused and stuff. And it's a very big conversation around that. But the more that you understand something, like if you understand sex and the risks of STI, the risks of pregnancy, the risks of all these different dynamics, you are less likely to have the taboo of it. A lot of the things, especially when it comes to younger people's psychology, is they're trying to push the boundaries. They're trying to push the boundaries of what they're allowed to do. Oh, I remember being a fucking 13-year-old boy and learning a bit more about sex and being like, cool, I need to have sex before I'm 16 because then I've broken the law. Like, that was one of the first things that went through my head as a fucking 13-year-old boy, just being like, yeah, I need to have sex before I'm 16 because then I've broken the law. Oh, and the excitement there was the taboo. It wasn't the having sex. It was the fact that I'm doing something that I shouldn't be doing. You know? So the more that you make it like an out of bounds, something you shouldn't be doing. No, that's forbidden. That's not okay. Especially to teenagers, with the way that they're trying to work out where they sit in the world, and the psychology of teenagers, where they're like pushing the boundaries, finding out what they can get away with, finding out what's okay, what's not okay, finding themselves within all that dynamic. You have got a much sort of bigger conversation with what it is that excites them about sex. Is it the sex itself? Is it the fact that there's shitloads of peer pressure from all of their mates because they haven't done it yet? Or is it like, if they're well educated, you take away the pressure, you take away the taboo, you take away the excitement because it's not the great unknown anymore? You know? Are there teens that'll still have sex when they're well educated? 110%, definitely. They absolutely will. But the more that you educate them into not only the risks, but also consent, but also bodily autonomy, but also the dynamics of being able to take it slow and that's okay. The fact that you don't have to do everything all at once, that you can slowly ease into it. The fact that it's all right to try things out and, you know, see how you get on, but not feel it. You know, like, there's so many different dynamics. The more that you educate, the less of an exciting element it becomes to so many people. And that's not even just teenagers. That's like people across the fucking board. People across the fucking board. If you actually like look at like the taboo, especially when you look at some of the psychology behind like cheaters, for example, people that cheat on their partners, people that have affairs and things like that. when you start looking into those dynamics, a lot of the reason why people do it is because it's exciting. I'm not saying it's the right thing. I disagree with cheating. I am fundamentally against cheating, okay? I think there are exceptions to the rule, like if somebody's in an abusive relationship and they're trying to escape and what have you. I think there's exceptions to the rule, but I am, at my core, I am fundamentally against affairs and cheating, etc. The issue that the thing that a lot of these people have when it comes to cheating and affairs and stuff like that is the fact that they are they're trying to find some excitement again. And 9 times out of 10, people who have got it on tap, for example, if they have got a partner where they can have sex whenever they fucking want, they don't want it anymore because there's no excitement there. You know, there's a whole bigger psychology into it. But generally speaking, the more that you educate, the better everyone is for it, you know, not only so they understand the risks and also the threats of other people's behavior and stuff like that, but they also understand where they stand, what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. They don't look for validation in receiving sex or having sex, you know. You don't have people being like, oh, well, now I've had sex and suddenly I'm cool again. And it's like, that's not the way that society works. Sex is well and truly blown out of proportion for 99% of society and also condemned out of proportion for the same 99% of society. It's wild. It's fucking wild. It's very, very interesting. As you can tell, I'm very passionate about it. But yeah, it is wild. It's a very wild subject. I lead away from porn. I've got no issue with porn. I've got no issue with pornography by any stretch of the imagination. But as with all things, moderation is key. Understanding why you're watching the porn it's in its own self a self-explanatory journey, you know, a self-exploratory journey. Excuse me. There's like I said, porn is an industry. It's an entertainment industry at the best of times. Do you know what I mean? Like the stuff that you see in pornography is not going to be. It's like the Marvel movies of like you wouldn't learn law and order and justice and fucking policing from the Marvel movies. So don't learn sex from porn. Porn is there for entertainment. It's there for visual entertainment or auditory entertainment for the people that listen to smut and stuff like that. You know. It is just an industry, and one of the things that makes it so appealing, again talking about it as before, is the fact that it's taboo. You shouldn't be watching it. So you know, moderation is key. I know, and I'm a hedonist. I indulge in shit like that, you know. Porn is more unrealistic than fantasy movies. Depends on what porn you watch. I know that the rise of amateur porn is much bigger now, like since like do you know what? Mainly from like 2020 onwards, with like the rise of OnlyFans and stuff like that, people were more interested in having that sort of real dynamic connection between people. But if you speak to any porn star, like they will actively tell you there is a huge difference between having sex in front of a camera and having sex with a partner. It's fucking massive, because one is an intimate connection between them and another person. The other is I'm in a really uncomfortable position, like trying to get the right lighting and look really cute and look in this dynamic and be the thing, and I'm being poked just really inconveniently, but I got to make it look like I'm not being poked inconvenient. Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of it comes down to it, and that's the reason why a lot of people are like turning towards like the more amateur stuff, and very specifically ethical pornography, which is an entire genre in and of itself. Like having ethical pornography, which is very open, very about the connection between people. They usually get couples or thruples on to do like ethical pornography and stuff like that, you know. Right, I'm gonna whip down a wee bit because there's an entire conversation going on and I want to make sure I don't miss it. How's it going, Shade and Sunshine? Oh my lordy, there we go.
47 months. Well, we know the brain rot is permanent. I guess I'll carry on then.
The brain rot is definitely permanent. If you're coming back here after 47 months, good lord, Shade and Sunshine. I will now inscribe your name on the mirror vein. I am your name on the mirror vein. It means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all his sexy little emotes. But the most important thing, you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror. Oh my god.
Most kind.
Jam Jar, thank you very much for giving us up to Brain Rot there. Name also inscribed upon the Mirror of Vein. By having both of your names upon the Mirror of Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum, Snapchat, you cheeky devils. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror. Go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, harra, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? You know? Whoop. My opinion, the aim of sex education is to ensure that young people have the information and options to make decisions that are healthy for them, educating them that porn isn't realistic, for example. Agreed. Yeah. Because one of the most detrimental things, and this is one of the biggest problems with the Child Online Safety Act, or the Online Safety Act that's happening in the UK. For those people that don't know, the UK government have turned around and said, hey, you need age verification through your ID, your passport, like your photo ID of some description, or a face scan, in order to access anything that could be considered remotely adult, including Wikipedia, including Reddit, including in order to buy adult games on Steam now. I have to put in a credit card that can verify that I'm 18. And this is all data that is being handled by third parties. I'm not getting into that. But one of the biggest issues that it has is the fact that it is blocked off companies like Pornhub. Now, Pornhub have had their own major issues in the past. They still have major issues, absolutely. But one of the things that Pornhub can absolutely guarantee is the fact that all of the people that upload on there are all consenting, because they've all signed consent waivers. They've all got their ID to make sure that they're all over the age of 18. They're all of consenting age to be able to perform on doing those kind of acts and that kind of entertainment. And they have an entire section of the website that is dedicated to sex education, to talking about sex, so that people that go on there can learn about the reality of sex as well as watching the entertainment of sex. And the fact that they've this is just stopped. They're like, no, Online Safety Act, we need to protect the children. They never want to fucking protect the children. They give a shit about the fucking children. But it's like, no, we've got to protect the children. And it's like, okay, well, now you have taken them away from a source of entertainment that they will always find a way to watch. Because I remember being a teen, and I remember being finding my ways around all of these little fucking things. They will find a way around it through fake digital IDs, which a lot of them are doing, by taking their local MP's IDs and making an AI fucking identification card, by going to dodgier and dodgier websites that can't guarantee their safety, never mind anybody else's, and also losing all the access to the educational side of things. All it's going to do is push more and more people to the unethical websites, as opposed to the ones that have got literally strict regulation in place to ensure as much ethical dynamic as possible, you know? I remember thinking that I needed to lose my virginity so that others couldn't place an arbitrary value on me, my physicality, without my consent or input. Oh, wow. That's, yeah, I mean, we talked about how virginity doesn't exist in the past. I literally have an entire seminar on the Thurston Vanity YouTube dedicated to the fact that virginity doesn't exist. It's a system that was put in place, that was invented by men and put in place to try and devalue or dehumanize women. But so that's, again, I've already talked all that stuff. Jam Jar coming in with the 5 streams in a row. You've been streaking through here. Good lord. Thank you very much, Nibrim, for throwing the consent video out there. I appreciate that. Had an argument with my guy friend that was waiting for marriage was silly. No, it's not silly. It's not silly by any stretch of imagination, but it's not for everybody, you know? That's I am very much the kind of person that I personally think that one of the things, if you are with somebody, is making sure that you have some kind of chemistry. And for me personally, sexual chemistry is very, very important. I need to know that if I'm going to be with somebody for the rest of my life, that we gel on a level that is very, very physical, that intimate touch, the flair, the excitement, the spark, that all needs to be there. And as a result, I personally would struggle with waiting till marriage before you do any of that. But I'm never going to turn around and say that you shouldn't ever wait till marriage. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. That's okay. That's all right. And I won't have anybody judging here. Yeah, exactly, Shasta. It's up to the individual and their reasons. 100%. 100%. If people want to wait to marriage, that's okay. That's all right. Nothing wrong with that. But on the other side of things, I also don't want any judgment on the people that choose not to wait for marriage. You know what I mean? Like different strokes for different folks. It's all okay so long as it's all between consenting adults, you know? Watch some wild porn, yeah, I know, right? There is some very interesting shit in there. I will say that I think throughout my entire life, I have probably watched more pornography out of pure morbid curiosity than I have for any genuine satisfaction for myself. Like where I'm just like, what is going on here? What is happening? Some of the parody porn, fucking hilarious. Not entirely sure what's happening, but it's hilarious. You know? Spider this, Mr. Jambert. He was arguing that I was very abstinent. No, if that's what you want to do, that's perfectly fine. That is perfectly okay. I will say that there are certain things, and this is one of the issues that I have with the lack of education that comes out of things. Like, there are certain things. Like, I'm never going to turn around and criticize somebody for waiting for marriage, for example, no sex before marriage. I'm never going to criticize somebody for doing that. If that's what you want to do, that's entirely up to you. I will say that medically speaking and psychologically speaking, there are risks with that in the regards of stuff like vaginismus, which is a medical condition that is usually brought on by via psychological effects. That is sometimes deeply rooted in like religious trauma or the way that you've been brought up to have lots of shame around sex and stuff like that. And it basically is a reflex that you have subconsciously, as I understand it. I haven't looked deeply into this, but I've tried to do a bit of research on it because it was brought up in a conversation I was having with a friend a long time ago, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna look into that." But psychologically, because you have abstained from sex for so long, or you have some kind of association of guilt and shame around it, or very popular in religious communities. And again, no shade on religion, just the statistics prove it, that it causes a tightness of the vagina, which means that when you're trying to have any kind of penetrative sex, it can be extremely painful for the person having the person with the vagina, and frequently it's not possible to actually penetrate them, or if it is agony for that person. And I'm not saying that it's going to happen to fucking everybody by any stretch of the imagination, because I can guarantee it isn't, but that is a risk when it comes to abstaining for prolonged religious reasons, abstaining due to cultural upbringing, especially if there's cultural upbringing that's to do with shame and stuff like that. There's also the dynamic that there is very much a situation of you use it or you lose it when it comes to the intimate parts of the vulva, parts of the penis and stuff like that. Whereas if you don't use it, then your body gets used to not using it, and therefore disconnects nerve endings and shit like that. That's an ongoing study. I'm not a medical professional, so I'm not going to turn around and say that it is or definitely isn't, but there are many studies that are dedicated to the understanding of the sensitivity of genitals and erogenous zones, and the whole use it or lose it thing. If you abstain for a certain period of time, can you get it back again? Is that possible? Is it do your sensitivities change? Your body constantly changes. Your body changes as you get older. And one of the conversations I was having with somebody a couple of weekends ago, an event, was talking about how the menopause and the perimenopause can also cause lack of sensitivity in that area. And my point being that our bodies are constantly changing, and that if you wait for the longer that you wait without using it, and I'm not saying you have to use it with somebody else, you could just use it yourself. The longer you wait without using it, there are risks associated with that regarding the sensitivity that you have in your intimate areas and stuff. Never ever. If you're perfectly okay with that, or you want to play with yourself and do bits and pieces by yourself, that's fine. No issues, what have you. And I'm never going to turn around and say you need to have sex before you get married. Fuck that noise. I don't give a shit. Between you and whoever you're going to get married to, you know, that's entirely up to you. I'm never gonna yuck somebody's yum. I'm never gonna criticize your way of thinking. But as with all things, I'll be like, okay, there are some situations here that you might need to consider, you might need to have in your brain, you know? Ladies and gentlemen, and all gents outside between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you imagine? Oh, my lordy, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage. It's Rebel Day. Hello, you beautiful individual. How's it going, Ellie? What were you up to today? What was going on? What was happening? Bear with me 2 seconds.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Rebel now, vu Rebel Nicole. Yes, this raid is about you. Rebel now, vu Rebel Nicole. Yes, this raid is about you.
It definitely is. It definitely is.
Yes, this raid is about you. Rebel now, vu Rebel Nicole. Yes, this raid is about you.
I've just sent you a message on Discord, Rebel Nay, you beautiful individual. But welcome on in, you glorious individuals, friends of my stream, you cheeky little devils. Go and check out the glorious Rebel Nay, aka Ellie. They are wonderful, they are spectacular, they are a very, very good friend of mine, a delightful cherub of a human being. They are, they do a lot of just chatting streams, they do a lot of cooking streams, lots of vegan cooking, if you enjoy a good vegan dynamic, a good vegan recipe and what have you. And also they have just started dabbling into the realms of computer gamings and whatnot. But yeah, you should go check them out. They're good friends. Good friends of mine. Good glorious individual who I love very, very dearly. Love very, very dearly. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Faux pas, individuals. Faux pas. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard. And we're just talking about sex. We're talking about sex and sex education and all kinds of interesting things, because I'm a sex educator. So we're delving into those realms at the moment. Okay. Just checking something. Oh.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it.
Hold on.
Hand it to it.
What do you call an apology written in dots and lines? A remorse code.
Oh, good lord. That is outrageous. There we go. That's all right. Somebody was accidentally banned in another channel. I just need to check something. But you're welcome back in, you beautiful being. All good in the proverbial hood. Rebel Nay coming in for the 54 months. Good lord. By having your name on the mirror of any means, you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, as well you know. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy. Oh yes. Meow. You know, still waiting for that bum Snapchat. You are in the line, in the queue for the bum Snapchat, you cheeky little devil. How is cleaning your brushes a mistake? Because I tried to powder my face today. Powder, powder, powder. What did I get? Brush cleaner. Brush cleaner that hadn't fucking worked its way out of my brush yet. So I had to find alternate ways to powder my bloody face today. Fucking first time I've cleaned my brushes in a while, and I'm like, oh god, I should have fucking god damn it. Yeah, bad times all around. Bad times all around. What were you up to today, Rebel Nay? What were you doing? What was going on? What was happening? That. Well, there we go. I didn't even realize that was in there. I didn't even realize that was in there. Okay, friends, that was me with being a Bob Ross canvas. That RNG, I know, right? I didn't even know it was in there. Where were you, quote? Smacking his head into the powder? Honestly, it really did. It really did. I had a chatting stream. We talked about all kinds of things, but most significantly was, of course, I got my ADHD diagnosis. Woo! Woo! Snooze these ads. Woo! Brava! Brava! Woo! Congratulations, Rebel Day, you beautiful individual. How does it feel? Is it great? Is it wonderful? Is it glorious? Have you looked back over your life and been like, oh, actually, that makes a bit of sense? 2 seconds. Beautiful. Everything in my childhood and general life just makes so much more sense, and now that's amazing. That's amazing. If you don't mind me asking, and this is entirely a personal question, so you don't have to answer this by any stretch of the imagination, are you thinking about going for the medication? Are you thinking about going for meds to help sort of balance the old brain weasels out a little bit? Or are you gonna, like, one of the reasons why I haven't gone for an assessment is because I wouldn't take the medication anyway. It wouldn't make a blind bit of difference to my life. So I'm like, well, why bother? Do you know what I mean? Right, I'm just catching up. By the way, Rebel Nay and all of your beautiful, beautiful individuals, if you need to disappear off, if you need to go grab a snaffly treat, please go do so. Please look after yourself. As much as I love your attention, and I do love your attention, please go do what you need to do, you cheeky devils. Do what you need to do. Which I said, if waiting is what you want to do, then do that. No one should get to decide this for you, 100%. Some might comment on it or judge you for it, but that's a them problem, not a you problem. Could not agree more. Could not agree more, Dean. We're just talking about the dynamics of sex education and the idea of no sex before marriage. And my view, as a colossal fucking deviant, is if somebody wants to save themselves from marriage, that's up to them. That's up to them. Nobody else gets a fucking opinion. It's them and their choice, you know? Made it back. Why is a shower so damn refreshing? Because you get rid of all of the Ming, Pastor Van. The Ming. This was years ago. I'm no longer on that path due to situations unable to undo it, but I understand and I agree. Yeah. And you know what, like, Sally, like, none of us here would judge you for whatever choice you have. You know what I mean?
I have the attention of a goldfish. Seriously, it's been watching me for hours.
Oh my God, Zabadian. Oh my God. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. Good Lord. You're definitely going to try medication, but there's might be a bit of a wait to see a doctor for it because I'll be going through the public healthcare system. Yeah, no, I can understand that. I can understand that. I know that that's the same for a few of my friends. Don't you 10 out of 10 this shit. All right. Good Lord. Do not encourage this behavior. Okay. Come on now. I think my time was I'd rather find a partner who valued not my knowledge over my ignorance as I do. The virginity in common and old-fashioned definition is falsely valued by people who really shouldn't have a say in it, I guess. That's fair enough. Well, like as previously discussed, the virginity doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. It's bullshit. How's it going, Dapper Cogsworth? How you doing, you beautiful being? I'm way behind in chat, friends. I'm trying to catch up. Maui, how's it going, Warlock, you beautiful individual? Teachers are finding it tough too. They can't get around the blocks on the school system. Jojo Mojo, it fucks me off. I don't know about other countries. I can't speculate on other countries' education systems, but it fucks me off that here in the UK, parents even get a say in what their kids are taught. They don't get a say in biology. They don't get a say in chemistry. They don't get a say in maths or English. They don't get a say in religious studies if that school happens to be a religious school. They do not get a fucking say in any other subject. But as soon as it comes to sex education, they're like, oh, well, the parents should be able to decide everything. I'm like, no. Every single child in the entire fucking country should have a basic knowledge of what sex is, how it works, what consent is, what STIs are, what protection is, how to know if you're being fucking groomed. every single child in the entire, I'm even going to go so far as to say the entire fucking world should have that education. They should understand what it is that sex is. Absolutely. 10 out, like, just, there's no fucking, like, and the amount of parents that are like, no, I don't want my kid involved in that. Why? Why would you not want to prepare your child with education? It really grates my fucking gears. Gets right under my fucking skin. Because there is scientific evidence to prove, as we previously going full circle in this conversation, there is scientific evidence to prove that children who get a good sex education are less likely to have sex underage. They're less likely to have teen pregnancies. They are less likely to find themselves in a situation where they're groomed. They are less likely across the board, statistically, to fall into sexual situations or negative sexual situations. Because the education helps them. And it drives me up the fucking wall that, in this country at the very, very least, that it's the only subject. It is literally the only subject that parents get any kind of say. Everything else is on the syllabus and they have to learn it, whether they like it or not. The only subject is sex. And it fucks me right off. Nothing wrong with no sex before marriage, but it isn't for me, but I can respect it. Exactly, yeah. Absolutely. I'm always interested as to why somebody may choose to have no sex before marriage, but I'm never gonna fucking interrogate them, do you know what I mean? I'd be like, if you're up for ever talking about it, I'd be interested to know your opinions and why you choose to do that. I'm not gonna criticize you for it, and I'm certainly not gonna judge you for it, but I'd be intrigued, because it's not something that I could do, because so much of my love language is based within physical contact. So much of it is based within physical contact. So I need to make sure that that's the dynamic. Astra, 8 minutes ago you redeemed show donor with speech, and I've completely ignored it. I've got Sly Magpie and Nibberin. I've seen yours as well, but I haven't got around to them yet. Friends, this is our donation goal. I am raising money to replace my boiler because my central heating system is on the fritz and I need to get it replaced before winter comes. Before winter is coming. So that's what we're doing, but we're doing it in £200 increments. So we're doing it step by step because the whole thing is like 2,100 quid, which is a ridiculous amount of money. So we're doing it step by step. So every £200 we raise, I am offering a reward stream. Last Friday we did a Bob Ross painting where I put Bob Ross's painting on my face. This Thursday at 6 p.m. BST, that's 6 p.m. British time, we will be doing my first ever delve into Stardew Valley. Never played Stardew Valley before, but there's a lot of members of the community that want to see me play the cutesy game Stardew Valley, which is, again, community reward stream. This one, if we hit £200 in this goal, I am dedicating to do a stream dedicated to mushrooms. I found a very, very cutesy, nauseating game about mushrooms, and I was like, oh, I could do a mushroom stream. I could do a mushroom stream. Why would I want to do this? I've got no idea, but I could. And I know that many people in the community love my agony in this regard. Will you be dressed as a mushroom? Yes. Yes, I will. You hate mushrooms? You are obviously a sensible human being, Just Sally. A very sensible human being. God damn it. Bloody mushrooms. Thank you so much for the follow, Sally. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I don't call people out in case they're lurking, but you're not lurking. You're part of the conversation. So I was like, hey, give you a big thanks. I appreciate that, you know. I'm not a fan of the shrooms. Fucking hate them. Fucking hate them. They are the bum nuggets of Beelzebub. They are shaped like a phallus so that people are more likely to put them in their mouths. And yet, they have the taste and texture of gone-off testicle. Vile, vile, vile things. And being in Catholic country, Catholic schools breed the wildest, most disruptive people, while public school is just normal. In certain circumstances, yes. I've seen some examples. Whenever I've seen religious documentaries about people talking about no sex before marriage, there's usually someone talking about hand stuff. It's a grey area for some. Not saying it is for the person here, not making judgment on the choices. Yeah. I also know that there's entire swathes of people that it's no penetrative vaginal sex before marriage, but they'll do everything else. Like, I physically know people in the States who, and I say in the States because some of the religious systems over there are far more strict, shall we say. Where it's no sex before marriage, but they'll do everything else. Oral sex, butt sex, hand jobs, fingering. They'll do everything apart from put a penis inside a vagina before marriage. Because that is the bit. That's the line that they've got to draw. Everything else, perfectly fine. But that line, not okay. You know? Also have the 30 work episode about that. I don't have a 30 work episode about the vaginismus, I don't think. I was going to have the 30 work episode about vaginismus, but of all of the people I know that have had vaginismus, none of them felt comfortable talking about it openly on stream. 100% of your body changes as you get older. I am older. Psychology changes as well. Yeah. Oh, 100%. 100%. Absolutely. And I'm glad that our psychology changes, because the kind of person I was attracted to when I was a 15-year-old boy would be really unnerving if I was attracted to them as a 38-year-old man. You know what I mean? I am very glad that my psychology and the people that I am attracted to now are nothing like what I was attracted to as a younger man. All right, Zabadi, and you take it easy. Thank you so much once again for your unreasonable kindness, you beautiful, beautiful individual. I appreciate you being here so fucking much. You take it easy. Sleep well, you glorious being. Darkness Soul, how you doing? Hey, man. Hey. How you doing, you beautiful individual? Next Zebra, how you doing, you beautiful beans? Starships, Raid on in. How you doing? Chris Zink, bigger on the inside. Hello, you beautiful beans. Oh, my lordy. All these beautiful people coming in here. I'm way behind in chat, so I'm catching up. By the way, bigger on the inside. You've been unrestricted now, so you can chat away as you see fit. There's the opposite. If you do things on your own more than your partner, it's less effective for your nerves if your partner does them. I'm just paraphrasing because my mom told me this years ago. That while say Sally, do you know what, the adverts are on? I don't even know if you can hear me right now. I'll after the adverts, I'll answer that. Alexander Griffin, hello, you beautiful individual. Oh my lordy, I've got a couple of shout outs to give here. First of all, people, go check out my dear friend, Hey Alexander Griffin. They are wonderful and spectacular and glorious, and they're not wearing latex in this outfit, despite it being extremely shiny. I also need to give a shout out to the glorious Wild Annie. God damn it, Jamja! Where is it? Or in which case, fine. Mods, can you get a shout out to Wild Annie, please? I appreciate that. Oh my god. Okay. Still waiting on the bum Snapchat always. Right, whipping down. I had chat and stream. Yeah, fantastic. People also go check out Wild Annie. They're glorious. Apparently, they weren't playing a single game today. Not entirely sure what's going on there. Because they're always playing games. Cool. Oh no, that was not going to work. Bear with me 2 seconds, friends, because I was in the middle of doing something. We had beautiful raids come in. Copy. Paste. Save changes. That'll do as a temporary Behoff alert there. Nibirin, I've finally fixed that. All good in the proverbial hood. Why am I... Okay, fine. All right. Every my childhood and general life just now makes moments more sense. I'm so glad to hear that, Ellie. I'm so fucking glad to hear that. So fucking good. Long intense stare through the stream. I thought the stream froze. No, just long intense stare. You can tell by my dangly earrings swaying in the wind. I hope it helps you be kinder to yourself. I know they help me loads just to have the label. That's good. That's really, really good. Sage again, how you doing? How's it going? How are we all today? Doing all right, doing okay. It's been a busy day for me. Been a busy, busy day. I've had a lot of things going on and a lot of things doing. The performer announcements for my next show started today. So I've got one today, Wednesday, Friday, next Monday, next Wednesday, and next Friday for all our Halloween performer announcements. Very, very exciting times. Very, very exciting times to have all of those. So it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Definitely going to try medication, but it might be a bit of wait. Yeah. It's good to have that label, though, for sure. It's been so cute seeing the people say this to me. Other people who have ADHD have been telling me for years that I might have it, and it's funny to see that they were right. Yeah. This community diagnosed me with ADHD. They were like, there's a good chance. There's a very good chance that you have ADHD, Val. I mean, it's, you know, got diagnosed with ADHD at 27 and autism at 32, so I feel, yeah. My sister-in-law is already teaching 3-year-old nibbling what consent is and who is allowed to touch them and when. Good. The earlier, again, science has proved the earlier they learn it, the better it is for them. I can understand parents wanting to protect their kids and let their kids be kids for as long as possible, but knowledge doesn't stop them from being children. It doesn't stop them from being kids. Kids are not going to be any more interested in sex than they are anything else. They're still going to run around. They're still going to be interested in football and action figures and fucking everything. Do you know what I mean? Damage proliferates. No education causes problems. That just goes from generation to generation. Yep, which is why censorship fucks me off so much. You missed to learn what menstruation is. It goes for everyone. We didn't have sex ed split by biogender in my school, and I don't know anyone in Sweden that had it. I know it's a thing that having split sex ed classes. Slime Magpie, how you doing? How's it going? That's me. They separated out the boys from the girls to teach us about. Well, they taught boys about wet dreams, and they taught the girls about menstruation, and that really annoys me, actually. That really annoys me because as a young teenage boy, I could have really done with understanding what it was the people with uteruses in my school year were going through. I think all of us, every single lad there, could have learnt that. It would have made us more empathetic, more understanding of what that is like and what that must be like. But they were like, no, it's going to be too embarrassing. And it's like, well, then if you're going to split up the classes, teach each of the classes about it, you know? Ooh, it boils my piss. This is why the class should be given to the parents first. If the parents knew, they wouldn't be so quick to ban. I think, no, I disagree. I think the parents are very much more likely to ban because they'll be like, how dare you? You're going to teach my child about coital engagement? Oh my God. Yeah. Parents get really weird about shit like that. It's weird. I have been asked by multiple friends where they're like, hey, Val, when my kid gets older and gets to the age where puberty starts kicking in, will you give them the talk? Because I feel really awkward about it. Sure. If you're consenting to that, if you're okay with that, sure. I'm happy to give them the talk. I'll sit down with them and talk to them about consent, about bodily autonomy, about the biology of sex. I'll happily do that with the parents' consent. You know? The only reason I don't go into schools and teach sex education myself is I can't be arsed with the drama. That is literally the only reason. Because I have got all of the fucking knowledge, as previously mentioned in this fucking stream. I literally have qualifications saying that I know how to talk about it. I've got all of those bits and pieces, but I cannot be fucked with the drama. I cannot be asked with parents being like, you taught my child about consent. How dare you? And I'm like, yeah, and they're better off for it. But yeah, I think if you give the class to parents first, the majority of parents will think that their child is too young to learn about it. If they suddenly find out their own dynamic as unhealthy stuff, they might kick off. Exactly that as well. Yeah. If they have learned like sex education in a certain way, or they have been doing sex in a certain way, they are more likely to kick off that something's wrong. You can't teach my kid about that because I learned differently. Yeah. Yeah. Make it mandatory for one generation. That generation's parents will have had it first. They should just make it straight across educational board. They should just make it a government official thing where the government turn around and go, cool, the head of education across the government has said sex education will be mandatory and it will be 2A syllabus. You will have to learn about consent, bodily autonomy, contraception, STIs, the biology of sex and obviously making babies. And the dynamics of the risks of sex and the digital age. And what I mean by that is what you do with your body, sending photos to other people. The whole dynamic around revenge porn, the whole dynamic around how pornography is entertainment and not education. You know, all of those things. All of that shit needs to be taught. And I can guarantee all that shit wouldn't have been taught, but it wasn't taught in my generation, because when I learned sex education, the internet was fucking new. It was young, you know? And the internet's still pretty fucking young. But I hear correctly, a stream dedicated towards mushrooms. If we hit the next donation goal, yeah, that's what I've committed to, rather foolishly. We've done a mushroom stream before. But this time I've actually found like a specific game dedicated that is a little cutesy mushroom game, which I'm sure that many of you will be very entertained by watching me dressed like a mushroom play a game about mushrooms. Yeah. Badger, mushroom. I know Mr. Weeble. He streams on Twitch. How you doing, Alexander Griffin? How's it going? There's a fungus among us. God damn it. Is it mail time? Mail time is cute. I'll let you know. Nibberin, are you still here? If it lets me log in, because, you know, the Online Safety Act has stopped me from accessing Steam overall. Yeah, of course.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
I'm so glad you enjoyed the mushroom thing I sent the other day.
Despicable. Despicable. Nibberin! I owe you a whimsical fact about sex. I'm just trying to find this mushroom game. No, it's not called Mail Time. It's called Smushy Come Home. You are indebted. Let me have a look-see. Have I done this one? No. Oh, I have, but... Oh, that's a good one, considering we've just been talking about no sex before marriage and the fact that virginity is a myth. Did you know that it is a complete myth that the first time always hurts? This might be something that you hear from everybody, that the first time you have sex always hurts. But the reality is it's not true. For some, it may be painful, but for others, it isn't. Therefore, if you are preoccupied with the thought of getting hurt the first time, don't overthink it. Just give it a shot. Might not be painful for you. Many even claim that they had not experienced bleeding their first time. That is because, as I've talked about before, I'm gonna go fucking deeper into this one because this website is apparently shit on the matter. The hymen is not a seal of purity. Otherwise, where would your periods come from? The hymen is a little bit of skin that can repair itself, for starters. And secondly, it doesn't like stop all things. It's like a defense mechanism for the vagina. The hymen can stretch to a certain degree, as with all flesh. It can stretch to a certain degree. But if it is your first time having sex, the best thing you can do is take things slow, keep the pressure off, make sure that the mood is right, make sure you're with somebody that you trust and that you know will take it slow with you. And lubricate, make sure you got some lubricant on hand. And also, take your time with the foreplay. Get your body in the right state. Get your mind in the right state. Take your time working your way up to something. And if you're not feeling it, be honest about that. And be like, do you know what? It's okay. I'm not feeling it at the moment. That's okay. We'll take our time. We'll do it some other time. That's okay. We'll build our way up to it. And I'm not going to guarantee that that means that you won't hurt the first time by any stretch of the imagination because of the way that your anatomy might be built. However, you are less likely to be in pain the first time if you take the time to prepare your mind, prepare your body, and work your way up so that your body fully knows what's coming and is ready for it. And your mind is in the state where it's like, okay, I think this is where I'm ready to do this with somebody that I trust, you know? It doesn't have to be a partner, but somebody that you trust, somebody that you like have that boundary with. Do you know what I mean? I'm gutted to hear that, Sally. I'm genuinely really gutted to hear that. But this is the thing, like, for my generation, we were always just told that, like, the first time you have sex, it always hurts. Especially if you're somebody with a vulva, it is guaranteed to hurt. It is guaranteed to just be painful, and you just got to fucking deal with it. And it's not true. It's not fucking true. And it annoys me because if I'd have known that at a younger age, then I would have taken things much, much slower. I would have taken things much, much slower, you know? Now, I'm not saying that I was particularly forceful. Just me and my partner at the time were both of the opinion that it was going to hurt anyway, so we should just do it. If we'd have known there was a possibility for it to not hurt, then that would have completely changed our perspectives on it. Again, what are the chances? Education would have helped us out. Oh, well, fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. What are the fucking chances? Slime Magpie, are you here, you beautiful bean? If Junky's available, you have to get him involved in that particular stream. The mushroom stream? Why? Why, Tunakas? Why? I'm immediately apprehensive. Why? That's exactly why they should be taught first. Just because they had sex doesn't mean that they know what they were doing. 100%. And the example that I give, in that scenario, Elizana, was a friend of mine, was a teacher in a high school. A friend of mine, no, they've retired now. But a friend of mine was a teacher in a high school, and 2 children came up to him. A 14-year-old girl and a 13-year-old boy. And they said, "Sir, can we have a word, please?" And he was like, "Yep, not a problem. What's up?" And they were like, "It's a private matter. Can we like go somewhere a bit more private?" And he was like, yeah, no worries. Come into the office. That's fine. Shut the door. What's the situation? I think I've got my girlfriend pregnant. 13-year-old boy, 14-year-old girl. I think I've got my girlfriend pregnant. Okay, you're a little young to be doing this. Can you talk me through what happened? Well, yeah, they explained the situation. They explained how they had sex, and my friend was like, "Did you not think to use any kind of contraception? Any kind of like condoms or anything?" And the child said to my friend, well, we didn't have any condoms available, or we couldn't get any condoms because he's a 13-year-old boy. We couldn't get any condoms, so we thought a crisp packet might work. For you Americans, a chips packet. They had sex using a crisp packet instead of a condom. Unsurprisingly, I don't know, Milky Pork. I don't know, Elizana. Like, either way. I mean, regardless, I don't think it would have been comfortable for anybody in that scenario. But yeah, just... sadly not the first time I've heard that, yeah. Yeah, just not a pleasant dynamic at all. And again, education. Boils my piss. Boils my piss. How's it going, Mayor Wi-Fi? How you doing? Sly Magpie, you redeemed a 32 minutes ago. You redeemed a Victorian advice, so I'm going to give you that now. If I can find my spectacles. Where are my spectacles? Good lord. Move everything around because of the Bob Ross stream, and now I can't fucking find anything. Sly Magpie 32 minutes ago, 33 minutes ago, redeemed a Victorian advice. Today we're going to be looking back at Don'ts for Wives, a book published in 1913 by Blanche Ebbott, a year before the suffragette movement. So this was published a year before women had rights in the United Kingdom. We're on chapter 8, food. Let's have a look. Where are we? Don't be afraid of cold meat. A few cookery lessons, or even a good cookery book, with the use of a little intelligence, will make you the mistress of a delicious ways of serving up leftovers. Some men like it, but cold mutton has wrecked many a happy home. Okay. I think that's a message in wastefulness. Making sure you're not wasteful about the way that you do things with food. Making sure that if there are leftovers, you do your absolute best to use every one of them. The food one's an interesting one, because everything else in this book so far, I think we found like one bit of particular misogyny in this book, but the rest of it's been really fucking good. I was expecting to find a lot more misogyny in the realms of the Don'ts for Wives, because obviously, traditionally speaking, the wife does all the cooking and the man goes out to work. But this is actually a lot more along the lines of, have your cook prepare certain meals this way. Because we all have a professional chef available to us. You know. As you do. As you do. Went on a foraging walk. There was a guy talking about all the mushrooms. One was shaped like a dong named Phallus impudicus, aka the stinkhorn. Yes, it's like, oh, I know the stinkhorn stink. I fucking know the stinkhorn. When I was a plucky young whippersnapper, I was a child, we went on a family holiday to a place called Keldy Forest, which was like a log cabin in a woods, and there was fucking stinkhorns everywhere, and they fucking reeked. They were vile things. Vile, vile things. Shift testicles have a sell-by date. I may be in trouble. Gone off testicle. That's the reason why I, in my younger years, drank so much vodka, so that I could pickle them, you know? Fucking hell, Fallon. Jesus Christ. Fun. I've even heard that some people put penis inside, but not move it around. Do you mean... it's got multiple names, but I've heard it as cockbagging or cocksocking, where a person with a penis puts it inside their partner, or soaking, yeah, person with a penis puts it inside their partner and just leaves it there. I've done that many times, where I've just been like, hey, can I fall asleep inside you, please? and just been like, right, this is us. No sex. Cock warming. Yeah. And then a third party jumps on the bed. I mean, could. Yeah. That just little spooning with a little extra, you know what I mean? A little spooning with a little forking, but without the sex bit, just as a comfort way. Do you know what I mean? And I completely get it. I've definitely done it many, many times before. When I'm feeling that level, when I'm not feeling aroused, I'm not feeling like lustful, but I'm just feeling really loved up. I want to be as close to my fucking partner as possible. I want to be so close to them. I'm like, look, if I can be inside you while we fall asleep together, that is like the peak fucking romance for me. Peak fucking romance for me. You know? The mood doesn't take me very often, but it does happen. And I'm just like, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That whole Spice Girls song, when to become one. Just hold them. And be inside them. Fucking yes. 100%. Similar situation, and when my father died, I was doing the legal requirements. Found out it was because he was married and was waiting for his wife to kick it because Catholic. Yep. One of the major issues with the lack of divorce in many religions, not just that religion, but the fact that people grow together or they grow apart, you know, and that's okay. Both of these things is okay, you know, but when they grow apart but they can't leave each other, and it gets to that point where they don't know how to communicate through their problems. They don't know how to communicate through their arguments and through their issues. So the pair of them just get bitter, more and more bitter as time goes on. Alec Wallace, you cheeky devil. It just means that the pair of them are going to become more miserable.
Only streaking because my heels got delayed until tomorrow. Or I would be wearing them today.
Boo! Boo! Heels delayed until tomorrow. Boo! What? How big are your heels? I think I've asked you this before, Alec. But how big are your heels? Also, how you doing, Alec? How's it going? Welcome on in. I've inscribed your name upon the Tier 3 Mirror of Vane. The tiny little Tier 3 Mirror of Vane. Unique in its qualities. By having your name upon the Tier 3 Mirror of Vane means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. That's Tier 4. We've discussed this. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I wish they'd bring around cloning. So when someone says, go fuck yourself, I literally could. Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? Oh my God. Tier 3 for 27 months. Good Lord, Alec. That is wild. That is fucking wild, friend. Thank you so much. How you doing, Alexander Griffin? You beautiful, beautiful being you. We are here, users. I did. Eventually. You know what I mean? I've been waiting as instructed. Sway, hello, you beautiful being. You have a question? By all means, what's your question? What's going on? Can we get an exclamation mark Sway in the chat, please? I would really, one of the mods will have to do it, I think. You know. I don't know why my parents got married, really, as we're Swedish, and most people like here are not believers. The only reason I can think of is done for my grandma's sake, who was starting to get worse in Alzheimer's. She was only religious person on both sides of the family. Sly Magpie, it also might be legal shit. It also might be legal shit. I know an awful lot of people in this country that have got married because even though they have lived together for years and years and years and years and years, if one of them dies, then the other person gets nothing. Because of the way that our, like, will law is and shit like that. For example, if somebody gets married in this country, gets a divorce to that person, then gets with somebody else. So say somebody got married at 20 years old, you know, then at 22, they got divorced. They met somebody at 23 and spent the next 30 years with that person. If they never get married to that person in those 30 years, and that person dies, their ex-partner at 22 still has rights to everything in that will. Because they were legally married. Whereas the other person was just seeing them for 30 years. So I know a lot of people that get married for the legal dynamics. I also know people who are like, I'm gonna get married because if you die, I won't get any part of your pension unless we are married, you know. No comment. Like, there are some dynamics in there. Like, I'm not clued up on the law, but there are some dynamics. But I know that if you have got an ex-wife or an ex-husband, and you are not married to your partner when you die, then the legally binding person has a claim to whatever it is that you that your will. They have a claim. I don't know what connotations that claim takes. I'm not clued up on it, but yeah, it's pretty wild, some of the dynamics. So I know a fair amount of people that get married purely for legality purposes. I also know a fair amount of people that have got, I mean, it's a variation of the lavender wedding, if that makes sense. That, like, they're a gay person and they get married to, like, a gay man gets married to a gay lesbian. A gay lesbian, obviously. A gay man gets married to a lesbian purely so that respective families that have been homophobic in the past don't get access to all of their stuff if they die. I've known that happen as well. So, a gay, exactly, right? So, yeah, there's an awful lot of reasons that people get married purely to stop other people getting claims to things, if that makes sense. Or making sure that they have their right to a person's pension, your partner's pension if you die, etc. Do you know what I mean? Milky Bog, thank you very much for giving the sub to the gay. Oh my lordy. Oh my god, I've lost everything. The gay! By having your name on the mirror of any means, you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil, and of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough, but god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? Whoop. God damn it, Alexandra. I thought we were friends. Alexandra. I thought we were friends. What the actual fuck? Did you ever find out what happened with Keanu Reeves being in that weird history program? Oh yeah, I did. Sway, I did. Fully bought into it. Fully fucking bought into it. So there is a program called Ancient Apocalypse, which is ludicrous. I love it. It's not a guilty pleasure because I fully indulge in that shit. How's it going, Frax? How you doing as well, you beautiful bean? Yeah, I absolutely love the preposterousness of it because it's so fucking stupid. It's very, like, the premise of the entire fucking program is journalist that has no background in archaeology, has no background in history, has no background in understanding of any of these things, has decided that before human life as we know it, there was an ancient, super advanced civilization. Now, every single thing that they come up with is a really interesting point until they get hold of it. So they're like, what about this thing? This looks like it was a man-made structure, but archaeologists aren't looking into it. Probably because they don't have the fucking funding, but still, they're not looking into it. And this is really, really interesting. And see how this thing's, and you're like, oh, actually, no, that is actually a very, very interesting point. That's very, very interesting. How intriguing. How intriguing. This is very interesting. The things that you've got, like you've spent your money on getting echocardiograms to not echocardiograms, you know, the geophys. Stuff like that, and you found that there's chambers underneath this thing that could be a natural structure, could not be a natural structure, but it's worth looking into, blah, 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 all those bits and pieces. And then he'll say something like, but what if it was an ancient structure full of super advanced humanoids and giants came down out of nowhere? And it's just like, what if it was just human beings? Yeah, very much Mayor Whitefire. Very much like Ancient Aliens, but instead of aliens, it was a super advanced human civilization instead. Yeah. But what if it was giants? What? And it's like, you have really, really good points until you say the words, but what if? And it's just like, that was a really good point. And now you are just throwing speculative bullshit everywhere. Ancient Galian. I love that. I love that. Oh, my lordy. Ancient Galian. Milky Boggy Beautiful Bean, thank you very much for giving that sub to Ancient Galian. But yeah, so the reason why Sway has said that is because they brought out season 2. Season 1 was ludicrous, and I loved it. Ancient Galian. I have your name on the mirror of any means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? Yeah, the reason why Sway says that is because they brought out season 2, and the co-host.
Yeah, subscribed.
I'm gonna fucking say what I'm finishing before I do this subscription, because otherwise I'll never fucking finish what I'm saying, as per usual. Yeah, the reason why I say it is because the co-host of season 2 was Keanu Reeves, as in the actor that is like the nicest human being ever, who's just been like really cool and really nice and just really friendly and just a really decent human being all round. And he's just like, and it's like this other dude. God damn it!
Most kind.
This other dude, this fucking prick, whatever his name is like, yeah, so my theory is, because the second season's all about America, and it's like, my theory is before the Native Americans got here, there was an ancient civilization that took over the entire world, and that is the reason why the pyramids all look the same. And Keanu Reeves is like, that's really interesting. I have always wondered what happened before the native people of America were here. That's really interesting. And I'm like, no. Oh, no, Keanu, please. Just a little bit of critical thinking. Just take a moment to just be like, do you know what? Maybe that's not right. Maybe this isn't okay. Do you know what I mean? Oh, my God. Keanu does famously say, though, I'm over it. If you say 2 + 2 is 5, I'll agree. That's probably why they got him on. That's probably why they fucking got him on, to be honest with you. It really upset me, because I was genuinely rooting for the fact that he was going to be like a little bit of critical thinking, where it's like, actually, do you know what? That's interesting, but what about this? You know, just a little bit of pushback, just to make it be like, do you know, okay, I see what you're doing with that, but what about this? You know, what if it was just not an ancient civilization, but just the civilizations of the past were a little bit more advanced than we understood them to be? Or anything. Do you know what I mean? He might have just thought it was a really funny acting gig. Maybe. But I was like, oh, come on, really? Don't buy into this bullshit. Oh, my God. Anyway. Jam, thank you very much for gifting that sub to The Gays Are Gaming. The Gays Are Gaming. And Milky Pot giving us up to Gay Cummies. They're like gummies, but full of semen. By having your name on the mirror of any means, you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emos, but the most important thing. God damn it!
Kind.
5-inch heels. What topic we were talking about now? We took a mild diversion, Sally, to Ancient Apocalypse, because it was dredged up with my frustrations. 5-inch heels with a Z. By having your name on the mirror of any means, you also get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it.
Friends, if you happen to be new here, please be aware. We treat a hype train like an impromptu erection. If you leave it alone, it'll go away. Okay? You have already been far too bloody kind to me. I do not need any more of your
little stalker.
Preposterous kindness, you cheeky devils. Thank you very much for the follow. I won't call you out just in case you're lurking, you beautiful bean. I've inscribed your names on the mirror of fame. By having your name on the mirror of fame, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. No bum Snapchat! Of course, you get access to all the sexy lady emotes, but the most important thing, the
Hand it
most
to my
important
ego.
thing.
Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
I hope providing this fun fact it will give me access to your brown Snapchat. What does whale eat? Fish and chips.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough, but goddamn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Yes, meow. God damn it. God damn it. Ah. Choked on my own saliva for a second there. Good lord. Right, you cheeky shits. Alexander Griffin, are you still there? Perchance. Perchance. You sure are. Music. Pause. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this right. All right. Hey. Come here. No, come here. No, come here. Too close. Did you hear about the restaurant on the moon? It had great food, but no atmosphere.
You subscribed.
The restaurant on the moon. Great food because it's a restaurant, but no atmosphere because it's on the moon.
I thought the food was out of this world.
God. Jokes are so much funnier when you explain them. I hope you're proud of yourself, Alexander Griffin. I hope you're proud of yourself. God damn it. Finley gifting us up to Brat Chat. God damn it, you are. God damn it. Thank you very much, Music Man, for the 100 little panderings there as well. And you're a papa for those 100 little panderings earlier. Gosh darn it. Oh. Fabulous joke. Don't encourage this behavior, Just Sally. Don't encourage it. It's not worth it. Not bloody worth it, I tell you. By having your name on the mirror of any means, you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devils. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes. Yeah.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
I find moon food to be better, just because it's a little meatier.
Oh my God, Milky Park. Oh, that is awful. That is awful. It upsets me. It upsets me in my little soul. Oh, Authenticator is also redeemed. Okay.
Speaking of which, Netflix will help you finish the spelling of a movie that you want to watch, and then tell you that they don't have it.
I have noticed that. About Netflix. Little shits. Thank you very much for the 100 little pandering cheeky devils. Authenticator has also redeemed Show Donor with speech. And now you've just been so bloody kind with the bloody hype train. Does not mean that you get to be kind with throwing donations at me. All right? No siree. Friends, if you got hype train emotes, could you please throw them out now and say a massive thank you to all those people that subbed, that gifted sub, that threw all those cheeky little bees out there. I would really, really appreciate it, you beautiful beans. All the choo-choo emotes. Thank you so much, you beautiful individuals. I really appreciate it. Friends, we have a donation goal, a fresh new donation goal, because I need a new boiler. And so we are doing it incrementally. So we're doing it step by step. I've actually messaged the boiler guy today about booking in to get the new boiler. And he says the earliest he can do it is like the end of this month, end of September, beginning of October. So, yeah, we're doing it. It's happening. It's going ahead. But we're doing it steadily but surely. Steadily but surely. In £200 increments, because the whole thing's going to cost like £2,100. So we're doing it £200 at a time. We've already raised like over halfway now. We're already over half the budget, which is absolutely fantastic. And the massive, massive thank you to all you beautiful people for helping me out with that. It really means the world to me, especially certain individuals. You know who you are. But at the end of each £200, we do a reward of some description, whether that be a merch giveaway or a special stream or something like that. Last Friday, we did a Bob Ross stream on my face. Bob Ross all up in my business. And then on this Thursday, we're doing an extra stream at 6 p.m. BST, where I'm going to be playing Stardew Valley for the first time. I've never played Stardew Valley, but I know many people in the community love it and have asked me to play it. So I'm going to do that. That's going to be what I do on Thursday, 6 p.m. BST. There's an extra stream in our schedule this week. So if you're around, you're welcome to come join us. It will be a whole thing. The end of this donation goal, though, if we hit the you cheeky little shit, you cheeky little shit, you cheeky little shits. Eris Ptolemy, thank you very much for donating to our little donation goal there. Friends, throw some egos in chat. Say a massive thank you to Eris Ptolemy for kicking us off there. When we hit the £200 of this donation goal, the reward I will be offering back unto all of you will be a mushroom stream. I'm going to be dressed as a mushroom against my will. And we'll be playing a mushroom-themed game for some unknown reason. Well, the reason is because it's a reward back to you. But still, the preposterousness is not lost on me. Gosh darn it, right? Our tickets on sale for Devil's Parlor. They are, Zooty Booty. If you go onto the Cult of Vane Facebook page. Ooh.
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you so much for that follow, you beautiful bean. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking. If you would like to have a look at the tickets for our next thingy. So for those people that are new here, I run cabarets. I run big old cabarets that turn into nightclubs. We have a cabaret at the beginning, then it turns into a nightclub. This one's like a smaller cabaret and much more of the nightclub element because it's a Halloween event. But we've just started all of the performer announcements. That is the link to the tickets if you're interested. If you live in the UK, more than likely is going to be the main audience there. If you want to follow the Cult of Vane thingy, which is like our events page, there will be more events going up, not just the Halloween ones over the course of the next year, because we've got more things coming up. But yeah, we've got a lot of things happening. We're starting with the Halloween one then. That is the Halloween Facebook page. If you are interested in our events. If you're not interested in our events, then ignore it. You're all right. You're good. You're good. How you doing, Frax? How's it going, you beautiful bean? I'm gonna whip down a wee bit, friends, because I am way too behind things. It's Kazi. How you doing, you beautiful individual? I'm just got to your message. I did see it pop up earlier, but the chaos happened. You got a decent level of sex ed in high school. I'm genuinely very glad to hear that. I'm genuinely glad to hear that. Hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. Sneeze. I felt it. I felt it right in the back of my fucking sinuses. Europapa. Europapa. What the fuck? What the fuck? Don't you throw egos in there innocently, Alec Wallace. I know you. Euro Papa. Good lord. Friends, if you've got egos in that, do you know what? Fuck it. Doesn't matter about the egos. If you have got hype emotes in any way, shape, or form, if in any way, shape, or form, could you please throw them out now to say a massive, massive thank you to Euro Papa. Euro Papa, that's so fucking kind of you. Oh my god. What? Listen here, you. You were already too kind to me during the bloody hype train. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? God damn it. Let there be shrooms. Oh, fuck. Right, let me look at the diary. Hold on, hold on. Today is the 1st of September. Oh, shit. All right. Thursday, the 18th of September. Let there be shrooms. Let there be shrooms. Let me add it to the announcements in the Discord. September the 18th. Sep 18th. Might have to be 7 p.m. BST. I'll double check that one, but I'll put it in 7 p.m. BST for the time being. Mushroom stream. So now we have September the 4th. These are the extra streams that we're doing as community rewards. September the 4th, which is this Thursday at 6 p.m. BST. We're doing Stardew Valley stream. September the 11th at 6 p.m. BST. We're doing me dressed in a maid's outfit while playing The Sims 4. Then on September the 18th, we're doing the mushroom stream. And on September the 29th, it's our 7-year streamiversary party. This month just got very, very busy. This month just got very, very busy. Good lord, friends. Good lord. Oh, you got the link? Yeah, you got the link there. Jay Evening Star, how you doing? I saw you popping right at the beginning, so thank you very much for being here, Jay Evening Star. Appreciate that. Euro Papa go. Yeah, I am just humbled to fuck. Will you be eating shrooms too? I will not be eating shrooms. Fucking mushrooms. Fucking eating shrooms. I mean, is it not bad enough I'll be dressed as a fucking uwu shroom playing uwu shroom games? Is that not bad enough? You want me to put those dirty things in my mouth? Ah! Oh, God. Got lucky with sex education in secondary school. Teacher was open to all questions. My teacher was open to questions so long as we use the correct scientific terminology. Which was hard for me because I used a lot of slang instead of terminology. Couldn't say balls, had to say testes. Probably the reason why I am so very articulate these days, you know. Had sex ed classes that was held in a non-profit organization at 16 years old, and we weren't split up. I felt weird regardless of already knowing the stuff. I am glad that you had that. Surprised that a non-profit... Did the non-profit organization... Just Sally, I don't know whether you're still here, because I know that I'm really far behind in chat in the regards. But did the non-profit organization come into the school? Or was it something that you all went to outside of school? That's the question I have. With early introduction to the internet, it's even more important to teach kids early about sex education so that sex ed and facts is their first introduction to things instead of possible misinformation in the internet pod. Yep. I think it was something like 6 years ago, it was 86% of teenagers learned sex education through pornography. The vast majority of teenagers about 5-6 years ago thought that the only way that any kind of sexual interaction ends is with a cum shot to the face. Yeah, depressing, isn't it? I would bet majorly would rather someone else take the burden. Oh yeah, exactly. I don't mind talking about sex to children, which is the reason why if like a parent comes to me and says, hey, Val, as a sex educator, could you please talk to my kids about sex education? I'm like, yeah, sure. No worries. If that's what you want to do, if you want to be in the room, you can all sit together. That's all fine and dandy. No issues at all. I got no qualms with educating. The reason why I don't do it on a more like substantial basis, I know full well that I could make an entire career out of going into schools and being a sex educator. Like literally being a sex like thingy. I get every single year I get my DBS anyway, which is like a security check for where the police run your name against the system to make sure you got no criminal background checks anyway. Make sure you got no criminal background, should I say? It's a criminal background check. But like I get that done anyway, just for my own personal security. I just get that done anyway. So I'm completely vetted in regards to safety around children. The reason why I don't go into schools and do it is because, like I said previously, I cannot be fucking arsed with the drama. I cannot be arsed with the drama of me going in with good education about consent, about bodily autonomy, about safe sex, contraception, STIs. I can do all of those conversations. I know all of the shit, you know? I could literally, I mean, I sat down and made 3 hour-long seminars about sex education, about virginity, about contraception, you know, about consent. I did 3 hour-long seminars. I could literally do a fucking seminar that would be able to educate kids overall, but I cannot be arsed with the drama of parents. I cannot be fucking arsed with it. Too much fragile masculinity, too much fragile belief in themselves about how they should parent or how everyone should parent, too much religious bullshit. There's too much of it. I just cannot be fucking arsed, you know? I bet majority would rather take someone else's, but oh yeah, I would absolutely do it. Need that exact thing with Common Core math yet. Digital world gives people blackmail of exposing. It's awful. Yeah. But also, just Sally, like it's only in the past fucking 5 years or so that revenge porn has become a criminal offense. The thing is, the issue that every government has, and I mean every government from across the world, is the fact that governments have got very stuck in their ways. Which means that if you want to pass a law on something, it takes weeks, months, perhaps even years, depending on what it's about. And the internet moves very, very fast. So by the time that something comes out like AI pornography, AI deepfake pornography, the legal system doesn't know how to fucking deal with it. Doesn't know how to deal with it. Because it's like, oh shit, it's a new thing that okay, so we need to pass it through these people, then we need to send it to these people, then we need to do this thing, then we need to send it over to the House of Lords, then we need to get it all voted on, then we need to do these things, then it needs to come back to these people, then it needs to be rolled out to the digital online thingies. Like, there's so many things, so many different legal, so much red tape and loopholes you got to jump through and stuff like tick box exercises that you got to go through in order to get something made into a criminal offense, that by the time it all happens, the damage is done. The damage is done, you know? And that's awful. Absolutely fucking awful. Teenagers with lack of sex education are also more likely to become teenage parents because they are easier to manipulate to do things they do not know about and know how to protect themselves. Yep. Yeah. And also, like linked directly into that pumpkin muffins is self-worth. There are an awful lot of teenagers, and I'm sure that I will be speaking to a few people here who felt that way when they were teenagers, who would have sex for validation. They would have sex because they felt validated by it, that somebody actually wanted them. They didn't enjoy the sex, or they might not have enjoyed the sex, but they did it because they, and I'm not going to ask anybody to call themselves out or anything like that. None of our business at the end of the day. But there's plenty of people that I know of, especially people with vulvas, who had sex because it made them feel wanted, it made them feel validated, it made them feel worth something. It's fucking horrible. Because you shouldn't need that, you know? And again, sex education could probably help that, you know? How's it going, Isdemu? How you doing? Calling myself out. Loneliness and validation were my motivations. And I'm gutted to hear that. I'm genuinely gutted to hear that. Ads incoming, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm genuinely gutted to hear that because it's fucking horrible that people shouldn't have to go through that, you know? Right, I'm gonna whip down a wee bit, friends, because I am so fucking far behind in chat. How much would we have to have you eat a mushroom? Perhaps when we have completed all of the donation goals, we can do a special stream where Chunk cooks a mushroom and I eat it. Oh, that just made me gulp just thinking. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't like the fact I've even suggested it. Don't like the fact that I've even suggested it. Oh God, that's no. Gross. His calendar is too full. There'll be no mushroom in there. There's not much room in there. Oh my God, Max Wattage. Oh my God. Come on now. Off to again, Anna, you take it easy. Thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate you. You've probably already left by now because I'm that far behind in chat, but you know, enjoy listening to you ramble on about stuff. I appreciate that, Jay Evening Star. I'm glad that my dulcet tones can tickle your eardrums. I like secular schools. They are non-profit organizations. I like the way that, well, I don't know. There are pros and cons to many different forms of school. Non-profit is great, but there are other restrictions when it comes to non-profit organizations. And there are also other exploitations that come in with non-profit organizations. And I don't mean in a sexual exploitation way. I just mean there have been that many fucking scandals around non-profit organizations across the past 10 years that I have no faith at all. I have absolutely no faith. How much money? He named his price. The total is 2,100 quid and we have just hit 1,200? 1,400 maybe. To be fair, a cum shot to the face is a better contraceptive than wrapping a crisp packet. That is true. That is true. I will openly admit I have never been a cum shot person. A cum shot to the face person. I cannot deal with that. That feels a level of degrading that makes me uncomfortable. And I've always been like that. I have always, since I was a plucky young whippersnapper first discovering about sex, I'm like, no. Not okay. You know? Online friend of mine at 15 believed that it only counted as sex if climax occurs. Do you know what, Milky Pork? This is one of the major issues when it comes down to sex education as a whole. There are so many misconceptions. There's so many misconceptions. Because there are also people out there that believe that lesbians don't have sex. That it's impossible for a lesbian to have sex because there's no penis involved. Can't have penetrative sex, which is the reason why so many homophobic men, homophobic cis men, are perfectly okay with lesbians. Because it's not real sex, it's just foreplay. They're just fucking about with each other and usually doing it for my entertainment, right? Because I'm the man. Do you know what I mean? You need one regular as a teacher, yeah? Any job that involves interaction with minors needs a DBS in the UK. Yeah, exactly. What? But we've already hit it. What? Wait, hold on. We've already hit. No. Hold on a minute. Tinks, what are you doing? Tinks, we've already hit it. What are you doing? Stop that. Friends, can I get some egos in chat? Say a massive thank you to Tinks. Tinks, that is so fucking kind of you. We've already hit it. We already hit the 100%. What are you doing? What's going on? Why are you like this? Why? Oh my God. Excuse me. Oh. For a moment there, I thought you genuinely caused me hiccups. I think we're okay. No, I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. That's so fucking kind of you, Tinks. Thank you so much, you beautiful being. Just wanted to be kind. You are too fucking kind. Too fucking kind. God damn it. The lot of you. God, just... Ah. God damn it. You just need one regular. Yeah, DBS is. Yeah. Well, this is the thing, is I don't regularly work with children or vulnerable adults by any stretch of the imagination, but I get one just to cover my ass. I get one just to cover myself, just because I'm like, right. Even though I like in my current entertainment facility, as it were, I am never ever left alone with kids because I don't want to be. I do not want to ever be left alone with children by any stretch of the imagination. I am never left alone with vulnerable adults. The work that I do does not require me legally, as per the legal terminology, to have a DBS because I'm never left alone with the kids. Do you know what I mean? No, I'm never left alone with vulnerable adults. However, I get one just to cover my own ass. Just so that I can be like, right, I can prove that I have got no criminal record. All covered, all done and dusted. You know what I mean? Could do colleges. Certain college kids would still benefit loads and a little too old for parents to take umbrage. I could do universities as well, Mayor Whitefire, but there's anybody under the age of 18 still has parental involvement. With universities, I don't think anybody would turn up. Because the thing about an awful lot of people going to university is a lot of them would think they already know better. Oh, I don't need that. I've been fucking since the age of 16. I don't need to have sex education classes. Fucking hell. All right, if you say so. I was the complete opposite. I was like, I can always learn more. Tell me more. Educate me more. I need to know more. You know? Doing all right. How are you? How is chat today? Doing all right. Thank you very much, Moo. Doing okay. Happy-go-lucky scamp of an individual. I've had a very busy day doing a variety of other little bits and pieces. It's been a little bits and pieces day. But doing okay. Doing all right. Enjoying the good conversation tonight about sex education and other interesting and peculiar dynamics. I love it when we start talking about sex education. I love it when we start talking about sex because, as you can tell, it is my point of interest. Absolutely. 10 out of 10. I will talk about this all day, every day. Fucking love this shit. You know? Femme socialized people are taught that male attention is the pinnacle of your worth. 100%. They are also taught frequently, not always, but they are also frequently taught that sex isn't for them. Sex is not for that. Sex is for the cisgendered man. It's not for anybody else. If you're a woman, then you have sex to please the man, and your enjoyment comes second. That's how it was taught for years and years and years, generations after generations after generations. One of the reasons, genuinely, why homosexuality with men was illegal in the UK and not with women is because they didn't want to tell women that homosexuality existed for them. They didn't want to tell them that lesbians existed in case they became uninterested in men anymore. That is like fucking documented. That is documented. They made homosexuality among men illegal because they were like, this is disgusting. How could you do this? No. We need to control you because we are bastards. And they were like, should we make homosexuality among women illegal as well? And they were like, no, we should definitely not do that. Because if women find out they have the ability to be with other women, they will never want to be with a man ever again. We don't want to tell them about it. We don't want to give them the ability to even know that it exists. Like they didn't already work it out. Like the lesbians of the world didn't already know what the fuck was going on. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, fuck's sake. Oh my god. Also growing up in the 90s, it was highly sexualized time. Sex was seen as female empowerment. Being a virgin was lame. Good times that have changed, but that was something. Yeah, no, it's very, very true. Very, very true. Well, in the 80s, the feminization of men was very, very strong, but it was seen as like a masculine thing to feminize yourself, which is the reason why you get like these like the 80s hair metal movement and the new romantic movement. It was very powerful, very masculinely powerful to be feminine, which I always thought was very, very interesting. They were just roommates. Yeah. Every homosexual couple throughout the entirety of history, they were just roommates. They weren't a couple, they were just roommates. Fuck's sake, what are you talking about? Fucking hell. Yeah. And also, it was every phallus throughout the entirety of history, every artificially made phallus was definitely a fertility symbol. It definitely wasn't a dildo. It was definitely a fertility symbol. Definitely. Lots and lots and lots of fertility symbols, yeah. Who rescued cats together. Yeah, they were roommates that rescued cats together. Nothing else. They definitely didn't wear each other like feed bags. Good lord. Yeah, that was a whole thing. That was a whole thing. Yeah, like the feminization of masculine men throughout the entirety of the 80s, and then the 90s coming in with like the grunge movement and stuff, and women being like, do you know what? No, fuck this noise. We are allowed to have sex, and that's okay. We're allowed to enjoy sex on our own terms, and that's okay. Yeah, absolutely. Icons like Madonna. Do you know what? Madonna did so fucking much for the sexual social evolution of women. It's wild. It's wild. Obviously, starting with songs like a Virgin, but like she released a book called Sex. In fact, I have a copy of that book. I have a copy of Madonna's book, Sex. And it was a way of just sticking it to misogyny, really. Just being like, no, fuck it. We are allowed to be sexy and sexual, but on our own terms, not on other people's terms. It was great. In so many ways. It was great in so many ways and bad in so many others, because it then became this dynamic of men, cisgender men throughout the 90s, generally were like, oh cool, now everyone's sexual, which means that you should be giving me sex. If you're a sexually empowered woman, then you should be sleeping with me. Not you're allowed to be sexual in your own right and decide what you want to do and have bodily autonomy over yourself. No. You're part of this sexual revolution, yeah? So you should be fucking me. Fucking wash my hands of that shit. Icky. You had a decent sex education, and what I lacked was how to handle the social emotional side of it. Yeah. Sex education, like my sex education was biologically decent. Very specifically, biologically decent. I knew all about the biology of how babies are made. I knew fuck all about anything else. Actually, I did know stuff about other stuff, but not through sex education, through my own research. You know what I mean? How much money you named twice? Yeah. Don't you even authenticate, you cheeky devil. Just the tip, don't you even. Oh my lordy. I'm not a fan of mushrooms myself. The texture makes me gag. Honestly, Alec, with you. They're vile. They're vile and disgusting. Do you know what I mean? Vile and profit versus profit. Don't you even. Max wanted. God damn it. 1200, my math is mathing. No, we've got 1200 in there. 700. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. part 7, so it should be at 400, needing 700 more. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much, Alec. Yeah, you've mathed for me. It gives me the giggles, which surprisingly are not always well received. What does Shasta? I've missed the context of the conversation. What did I miss? What did I miss? Math's better than mine. No. J2 coming in here with the 7 streams in a row. Good lord. How you doing, J2? Welcome on in. Pretty sure I'm having better sex than any of those men. Yeah. Well, it's extremely frustrating when you look back over like the history of sex and stuff like that, because what humanity, what society desperately failed to understand and has continued to fail to understand is the fact that if you empower each other sexually, if you empower each other, you empower your partner, you empower societally through as a sexual concept, the concept of sexuality among people. If you empower people in that way, everyone has better sex. Everyone who wants to have sex, everyone has better sex. Because people learn about pleasure, not just their own pleasure, but other people's pleasure. And pleasure between folks is great. There is nothing like the feeling, for me personally, because I'm a pleasure-focused individual, there is nothing like being like, I've caused this person the most amazing amount of pleasure. My pleasure pales in comparison to the amount of pleasure I get from knowing that I have caused that amount of pleasure to them. Do you know what I mean? God damn it. God damn it. It's next level. It's next level. And that pleasure then rolls round equally. And if everyone's having a lot of good fun consensually between adults, then the world becomes a much better place because everyone's much more chill. You know what I mean? You can all have the best sex for all I care. Go and be married. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Nibrin. And again, taking into account that asexuality exists and sex isn't for everybody, and that's okay. That is perfectly okay. But if people were, if human beings, those that want it, those that actively want to have sex, if people were having satisfying sex on a regular basis, they would be much happier people. And happier people tend to, happiness begets happiness, you know? If I've had an amazing week of fun and shits and giggles and going out and partying and stuff like that, I am going to be a much happier person to everyone I meet along the way. Do you know what I mean? It's just going to be one of them things. Search the couch cushions for loose change. I don't even know if loose change exists anymore, Authenticator. I haven't had loose change in a long time. Oh no, I've got some in my car for in case the dreaded parking meters don't take card. Because, you know, some parking meters these days still don't take card in 2025. A guy once asked me when lesbians know how to stop having sex because they can just keep going, which told me more than I wanted to know about how bad that guy was in bed. Wow. Wow. Okay. Yeah. How do you know when to stop having sex? Because, you know, you orgasm and then like, huh? What? Oh, friend. Come down to twitch.tv/ViolentVein. Get some education. Woo! Every time I hear the sarcastic hetero stuff, it makes me sad sigh. Too many main character assholes out there. Yeah. But the thing that gets me about them, though, like, I pity them. I pity them because they've grown up being taught this shit to the point where they actually believe it. I just feel sorry for them. I'm like, you've got no idea what you're missing out on and what you're depriving other people of because you are so stuck in your own fucking hetero-misogynistic ways, you know? It's like, I just feel sorry for you. Like, I fucking detest people like, what's his fucking name? Andrew Tate. I fucking detest him with every fiber of my being, but I also pity the fuck out of him. I pity the fuck out of him. And I pity everyone he's ever been with. Because I'm like, if that's your attitude, towards sex, you are going to be deadly disappointed all the time. You are going to have, at best, mediocre sex. And everyone that has sex with you is going to have a shit time. I just feel sorry for you. Like, it's pitiable. Do you know what I mean? It's just pitiable. Oh, but I've got loads of cars. All right. Overcompensating much. Everybody wants to be me. I mean, not if that's your sex life. Jesus Christ. Do you know what I mean? I pity them. All these alpha males, I pity them. And the thing that I also know is the fact that my pity will piss them off. Because they desperately want to be the guy in charge. And it's like, I just feel sorry for you. Because that's your attitude towards life. That's your attitude towards the people you meet. That's your attitude towards the people you want to sleep with. Like, just feel sorry for you. You know? Now we won't know what Van keeps in his boxes. A spindly goblin cock. I mean, what? The way my money has worked out this month, I had it spare after budgeting, so I thought I'd give it to you because instead of me spending it on something I did not need, whereas boiler you do need. Tinks, that is so fucking kind of you. That is so fucking kind of you. In future though, like I know I need a boiler and I very much appreciate the thought process behind it, but please save money for yourself. If you got spare money after budgeting, spend it on a little treat for you. Like, honestly, that will make me so fucking happy for people to spend money on themselves. A little treat for yourself. Genuinely. Don't get me wrong. I thoroughly appreciate all of the money that you people give to me, whether it be a few pence to £200 as literally happened to today. Do you know what I mean? To fucking day? Today. You know? I greatly appreciate the fact that any of you consider me worth giving money to. That is so fucking complimentary and humbling. But if you have money to spend on yourself, please spend it on yourself. Please spend it on yourself. I'm a hedonist, and I want you all to be hedonists too. You know? Moral hedonists. Hedonists with morality, you know? So the conversation needs to happen first. Can I come on your face? Sure, if you're fine, if I burst out in laughter when you do. Oh, Shasta, that's what you mean. Yeah, if somebody came on your face, burst out in laughter. Now, I will say that one of my previous partners has had my semen on their face. But it was a very, very specific circumstance. Okay? And I may have been metaphorically cosplaying as Rafiki from The Lion King. A Simba. Do you know what I mean? Like, look, just... I'm just saying. It's occurred. You know? Now they know what Van keeps talking here. Say no to Valensicle. Bill it as a red pill and be a big stud on campus. Oh my god, could you imagine? Could you imagine? I've been lurking and tried a dating site and far too many. So can you have kids or does your vag work comments? I don't like that. I don't like that, Calandra. That's fucking disgusting. Also, thank you very much for lurking. I appreciate you lurking, you beautiful being. Yeah. Ew. Ew is bad. Ew. How's it going, Senpai? Welcome on in, you beautiful bean. I hope that your pizzas were delicious. Just advertise these sex ed classes to the universities in a different way. Sex ed, and what they never told you. Do basic things, but also bring up things like endometriosis and such things that I myself didn't know about until my late 20s. The issue that I might have with something like that would be, how would I fit everything into like an hour-long seminar thing? Do you know what I mean? Not that I couldn't, but you know what I mean. Noelia! Oh my lordy, hello you beautiful bean. How's it going, you cheeky devil? Can I get a shout out for Noelia, please? I would very much appreciate it. Hello, you exquisite bean, you. How goes life? I hope it is treating you tantalizingly well. That doesn't sound like a bad time. Look, all right? Look, okay? Sometimes you just gotta... There are... Look at this glorious individual. You're doing some Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. Ah, how many snakes did you eat? Real question. Real question. Did you eat like a little grass snake, or was it like a python? How did you fit it all in? Questions are asked. All right? Questions are asked. I genuinely feel like anybody who calls a game the Snake Eater is asking for trouble. All right? It's just things. Just things. All right? Ate about 38 snakes? My God! 38! That's quite a lot. Gotta relax the throat. Just open your gullet and let it slide down. Is that what you're telling me? Is that the way it works? I can see that. Lots of practice with the electric toothbrush to get rid of the gag reflex. Yeah. I know sword swallowers. I get. I see. All right. Okay. That's a lot of snakes. It's a lot of snakes to be guzzling upon. Okay. Exactly. That's right. That's great. I was gonna say something delightful then. Jesus Christ. Fallon, sometimes your brain. Sometimes. I didn't know women could orgasm until my 20s. Do you know what Authentic? I've watched a lot of like sex education documentaries because it's a personal interest of mine. I watched a lot of sex education documentaries, and there was one of them, I can't remember what it was called for the life of me. There was one of them where it was talking to women, both cis and trans, about sex lives, about what they learned in sex education and stuff like that. And there was an older woman on there that was like, people keep saying that orgasms exist, but I've never had one. It's never been a thing. Like, and she was talking about it like really matter of fact. Like, it was just like, people say that they exist, but for me, it's just a myth. It's never been a thing. You know what I mean? And there was another lady, actually thinking about it, there was another lady later on in the program that was like, I didn't find out that I could orgasm until I was in my mid-50s. And that whole thing, that, yeah, orgasms are conspiracy by big sex. Yeah, like, what the fuck, right? It's just, it drives me so fucking it really irritates me. It really irritates me. The amount I know men that are like, orgasms don't exist. Orgasms don't exist. They just don't believe that women they get with can orgasm. It's just like, no, they don't exist. Sex is so that we like they enjoy it. Yeah, sure, of course they do. They're shagging me. But they enjoy it, but the fucking orgasm, come on. They made that shit up so that you go down on them more. And it's like, why do you think they want you to go down on them more? Why? Put two and two together, you fuck. You know what I mean? Pivoting to sword swallowing. I'm just saying that sometimes the skill basis there is very, very similar. All right, Noelia? Sometimes. Just throwing it out there like a condom in an orgy. You know, you've got, if you want, you know, want to get rid of that gag reflex, sword swallowing, keep throwing. Both things can be very. Yeah. Red flags galore. Yeah. Oh god, yeah. 100% Calandra. 100%. Time to eat. Nom 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 nom. They were just roommates. Just roommates. Dep fan, hello, you beautiful being. Welcome on in. Oh, an ornamental Christmas tree. An ornamental Christmas tree. You all know the ornamental Christmas tree that was put up in Paris, don't you? AKA the giant green butt plug. Got a couple of vibrating fertility symbols near my bed. I've got a couple of vibrating fertility symbols in my drawer upstairs. Actually, I've got a chest. Too much shit for a drawer. Elderly spinsters who lived together for 200 years. They definitely didn't say... They only had one bed because the house was so small. They snuggled together for warmth. And that was all. Nothing else. Just warmth. Just warmth. Remember when men were so scared of feminization that a man who cared about his looks did basic personal hygiene was called a metro man? Yeah, metrosexual. That was a big thing in the mid-2000s, metrosexual. See you later, J Evening Star. Thank you so much for lurking away, you beautiful being. I really appreciate you stopping by. You take it easy. Have a good rest of your time zone, whatever it is you're up to now. Deb fan, come here, cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses, you cheeky individual? Yeah, the mid-2000s was when the metrosexual thing came in, which was like, hey, if you're a dude...
Hand to it, hand to it.
It's worth mentioning that no one is perfect. Our imperfections make us human, and if you feel inadequate, you're not alone and are being far too hard on yourself.
I don't know a single person in the entire world that feels adequate. I'm probably the closest person that does. I'm probably the closest person that feels like an adequate human being. And even I'm like, there's so much more I could be doing. There's so many things that I'm not succeeding at. There's so many things that I should be doing. There's so many things that I could be better at. There's so many reasons why I am not an adequate human being. 100% though. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. Yes, no one is perfect. Be perfect in your imperfections. And you are a glorious human being, regardless of whether you like it or not. Do we still have an exclamation mark beauty command? Did I remake that video? I feel like I remade that video. Which is literally the logical science behind... Yeah, we do. Fantastic. There we go. That YouTube video right there. Thank you very much, Milky Pork and Nibirin, actually. That YouTube video that right there literally explains as to why you are all beautiful and you don't get a choice over it. You do not get a choice over whether you are beautiful or not. You are. You may as well accept it. It's a fact. Scientifically. Can't help myself. Do you know what I mean? Can't help yourself. It's just the way it is. It's been a while since that command has come up. I know, right? It's been a while since I've thought about it. But yeah, it's true. It's straight up true. Yeah, the metrosexual thing was, hey, you're a guy and you take care of yourself and you take pride in your appearance. Oh my god, you're a metrosexual. Ugh. Jesus Christ. Wild, right? I need some vivacious comebacks for these guys. One who assumed I can't get pregnant because I'm in a wheelchair suddenly backtracked when he confronted with how wrong he was being. I only asked because I want a baby with you. Yuck. That's disgusting. Calandra, I would if it was me personally, I would really lean into some like really off-putting ones. Like, no, I am but a sock puppet. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'd lean into things that were so gross that makes them feel just fucking wrong in the inside. Do you know what I mean? Or ask them really intimate questions. Like, can you have babies? What's your sperm count? Can you go for a second round? Are you able to actually make somebody orgasm? Do you know what I mean? Like, if they go icky, you go weird. Yeah, that would be what I'd do. if it was me. They go icky, you go weird. Real weird with it. You know? It's not like Savage wasn't known about back then. The poet who lived on the island that game lesbians it. Oh yeah, Lesbos. The island of Lesbos, Slime Magpie. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. But the thing is that you've got to remember that the Victorians very conveniently forgot a lot of history in order to suit their own agenda. Like trans people, for example. They just ignored the existence of trans people for like a good couple of 100 years. Even though they fully existed in all of the colonies and in the UK. But, you know, the Victorians were very, very good at convenient. Like, do you know what? I watched a thing the other day. I think Authentic Eye. I think you tagged me in it. Where it was somebody saying it was like the Victorians were obsessed with sex, but no one was allowed to talk about it. They were absolutely obsessed with it, but they weren't allowed to talk about it. So they would find so many ways around talking about it, you know? Tokyo Hotel area. I remember it well. Wild. Yeah. Want to be a father badly? Wow. So you're prepared to be a stay-at-home dad? My God.
Ignored for so long, and now our mere existence is a political statement.
Yep.
And then half the trans population are either invisible or confused lesbians. Asterisk gets off soapbox asterisk.
That is true, though. Everything is entirely true. Trans people have existed. I mean, there is documented evidence that trans people have existed for thousands of years across multiple continents. In fact, across every single human civilization that has ever existed. They were ignored across political powers for a couple of centuries because it didn't conform to the very strict, rigid structure of what was considered to be order. And now, because it was ignored for a couple of 100 years, it's like, oh, it's such a political statement. No, it's not. They just exist. Victorians also seemed obsessed with this topic of masturbation. Daddy Bear, not anywhere near as much as the Americans in the early 1900s. Mr. Kellogg's, for example, the reason why Americans have circumcision. If you've ever met a circumcised American person that isn't a part of the Jewish faith, is all down to the fact that they believe American doctors throughout the 40s and 50s believed that if you circumcise a boy when they are born, so circumcise a young person with a penis when they are born, then they will not masturbate as much. People still get circumcised in America. Nobody questions it. It's just gone on for that long. That many generations of people have had circumcisions that people are just like, oh, well, this is just what you do. This child was born with a penis. Let's go over and get them circumcised. And it costs extra. They pay money for a procedure that they don't understand why it fucking happens. I thought it was a cleanliness thing. I genuinely thought it was to do with cleanliness. Like the reason why the Jewish people did it originally was to do with cleanliness because of the fucking atmosphere, that the environment that they lived in, and the fact that in that day and age they will have all been naked. History of nudity. Got a video on that on my YouTube channel as well. A cleanliness thing. But no. It turns out, because we fucking looked into it, we literally did our research live on stream. It turns out that the reason why people with penises get circumcised in America was due to the fact that doctors in the 40s and 50s genuinely believed that a person with a circumcised penis was less likely to masturbate. And that is a practice that is still happening today. People literally pay an extra, what is it? It's like an extra like $400 or $500. It's not cheap. It's like an extra $400 or $500 to have a baby circumcised. Genital mutilation, friends, because that's what it is. There's a couple of Facebook groups with names along the lines of groups where we shame creeps in our DMs that are fantastic for dreaming up superb comebacks. Thanks very much for offering that, Shade and Sunshine, because I think that's a great place to start. Creepy people need to learn to not be fucking creepy. That was a response to the comes out in the face and get the giggles, yeah? Maybe I'm ticklish. Maybe you are. Maybe you are. Maybe that's what it is. The giggly way of doing things, right? That sounds disgusting, but also interesting. Also interesting. Yeah. Hello, Frosty. How you doing, you beautiful bean? I think we're on a similar situation to Madonna one day with women having the ability to freely express their sexuality through service of like OnlyFans. But I worry that a lot of men paying for that don't view them as expressing themselves freely. They see it as women doing it for them personally and having possessive feelings about the subscription and paying them what they give and what they need. Sly Magpie, that is a much, much bigger conversation because you are right in many, many ways and wrong in some others. It's not as black and white as that, but that is a much bigger conversation around the entitlement of the consumer, because it's not just men, it's predominantly men, but there's a whole dynamic in there of the entitlement of the consumer, parasocial relationships, and the type of sex work that is involved there, because you've got visual sex work like OnlyFans and stuff like that, and the degradation of sex workers, but then you also go into the realms of like audio sex work and why they do not get the same prejudice against them as visual sex workers do. But yeah, it's a much, much bigger conversation. Go and be merry. But what about Pippin? I'll go be Pippin as well. Can do that as well. We can work with it. Particularly ticklish, but the part of the absurdity. Yeah, for me, I couldn't do it because of the absurdity. Because it would really, like it, for me, when it comes to sex and coital engagement and what have you, like if somebody had a real kink for it and they were like, could you please, it really gets me off for you to come on my face, I would have to take some good fucking mental preparation to not break out laughing when doing it, you know? If it gets them off, I'd be willing to try it, but there's definitely a mental hurdle in there for me, you know? The degradation dynamic, but also the ridiculousness of it. I thought you were talking about just the tickling part. I mean, why not? Why not? The whole thing from the request of culmination to get the giggles. Yeah. In the bar, I can guarantee Valen pulls better than any of these alpha bros. Do you know what? It's a weird dynamic, Authenticator. My history of like dating and pulling has been really surreal. I have found an awful lot of people love the idea of sleeping with me more than they like the opportunity to sleep with me. There have been a few people in my past that have been that have openly admitted to me that they have been regretful that they didn't take me up on the opportunity when they had the chance. Because they really like the idea of fucking my brains out. But when the option was actually on the table, they were like, oh, no, I don't know how to. And I'm like, all right, cool. If you don't want it, that's cool. That's not a problem, you know? Because people saying no is not a fucking problem. It's not an issue for somebody to reject you. It's just like, cool, now I know where I stand. Let's go have a good night. No issues, you know? It's never been a bother to me when somebody has said no to my advances. It's just like, cool, now I know where I stand. That's all right. Now we can just be friends and I can carry on with my night. We can have a drink, all shits and giggles. No issues at all. No issues. Don't bother me one iota, you know? Sometimes I might be like, oh, I'm gutted because I would have liked to have done this, but generally it's like, no, cool. All fun and games, you know? How's it going, Viking? Hello, you cheeky devil. Of course, I joined stream when the topic elevator stopped in level 4. Look, sometimes it's got to be done. We just crank it right up there, right? Right? Santa, exactly. Don't give Valve any money before you give yourself at least 3 sex toys. I'm on board that. Yeah, absolutely. You can only give me money after you've bought 3 sex toys. After you physically own sex toys. So broken ones don't count. Ones you've got rid of don't count. You have to physically own 3 sex toys for your enjoyment of the enjoyment of your partner and or partners before you're allowed to give me any money. There you go. Them's the rules. Them's the rules. I like those rules. Those are good rules. Oh, my lordy. I get my pleasure out of giving others pleasure and happiness. So if I'm going to be a hedonist, my style of altruistic hedonism, Alec Wallace, with you. With you on that one. I would much prefer if there is only, say I'm in a situation where there's only time for one variety, one specific act of coital engagement. I will wrap somebody's thighs around my head so fucking quickly. Any day of the week. Any day of the week. I am very much a pleasure dom in that regard, you know? Now I'm a hedonist, I will fucking try everything and anything. But I will, any day of the week. Fucking call your genitalia a face hugger and strap it to my face. We are fucking game. Do you know what I mean? And people wonder why I like the Alien franchise so much. Pretty sure Valance slides into bed like Nightmare Boy just... Hey, how's it going? Right? Jacuzzi. Exactly, jacuzzi. On board it, right? On board it. And suddenly Alec Wallace is infinitely attractive to me. There you go, you see? There you go. How do you fit everything in? Me, just use more lube. Valen, to the syllabus. Me, oh, okay, I see. Oh, right, okay. On board it. On board it. Education, friends. Like, honestly, there's so much to fucking learn about it. It's beautiful. Such a... I think the other issue that I have... with sex education is the fact that 9 times out of 10, it is 1 or 2 classes given by a biology teacher, a PE teacher, or a religious education teacher. And I'm like, the world of sex, the subject of sex is so intricate that giving people 1 or 2 lessons on it, they aren't even going to learn the bare basics. They're not even going to pass the tutorial. Do you know what I mean? They're not even going to pass the tutorial. Never mind get onto the fucking main game of it. I found out that I could orgasm before I knew the word for it. That's good. Good. Didn't understand because of the shitty sex ed that I didn't actually orgasm as a teen on my own. Yeah. You just thought you were feeling good. Yeah. As Gandalf says, never put it on. Never fake an orgasm. Most certainly. Most certainly. Because I don't want to be too blowing my own trumpet right now. But 9 times out of 10, if a person is good at... or has plenty of experience... No, I'm going to say is good at. If a person is good at... providing orgasms, if a person has done their research and learns to read somebody's body and does all the bits and pieces and knows what they're about, you know, that person will usually, not always, but usually be able to tell when somebody's faking it. And I will tell you now, I have definitely kicked somebody out of bed because they were faking it. Not straight away. I wasn't that much of a dickhead. But because I was like, why are you faking an orgasm? They were like, I'm definitely not faking an orgasm. I'm like, you're definitely faking an orgasm. The body doesn't work like that. And they doubled down and then they got really offensive about it. And I was like, cool, I think we're done here. Can you not just fuck me? No. My entire enjoyment has gone now. We're good. I'm out. A wizard is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. Exactly. Exactly. When the clock strikes 12. Flip stage onto the CBT. CBT extreme thinking. It can be. The course that I'm doing at the moment does include CBT and all that jazz. Very, very much so. Very, very much so. How's it going, Daddy Bear? How you doing? I realize I've been chatting away to you, but I've just seen you say hi. Okay, but for me to get off, it needs to involve a bag of flour, 3 bananas, and a goat. You got them? I can get them. Depends what we're doing with the goat. Where does the goat go? I have further questions. I was thinking then, can I get a goat? And then I was like, hold on, why would we need a goat? What? Bad advice. They will jump onto like no one's business. Yeah. Just block them. Yeah, it's easier to just block them. If you get somebody being a particular creep in your DMs or in your dating apps or what have you, if they start off being a creep, the easiest thing to do is just block them. That's the less dramatic thing to do. However, not necessarily the most entertaining thing to do. You can get real funny and inventive with it, you know? Sephiroth Mayhem, welcome on in. How you doing? Surely it comes down to parents to be less coy about the subject with their children. It should be talked about far more openly than it currently is. Yeah, I think it's hard when it comes to a lot of parents. One, because parents come in every way, shape, and size. Every dynamic of human being has the ability to be a parent, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be good parents, but it doesn't mean they're going to be bad parents either. You know, some people get very some people have grown up being shamed about sex, like specifically that sex is a shameful thing, and therefore they've got it like a mental block in their head that they can't talk about it. Where they probably struggle to talk about it with their partner, never mind their own kids. Do you know what I mean? And sometimes it comes down to, like I said, I've got friends who have asked me that when their kids get to a certain age, whether I'd have the conversation with them. And I know that it's not because they don't want to have the conversation with their kids. It's that they are, A, too afraid to fuck it up. B, too embarrassed and full of shame and guilt because of the way that they've been brought up to have that conversation in the way that it needs to. Because if they did have a question that they weren't expecting, or a question they didn't know how to deal with, the anxiety would kick in, they would fumble it, they'd fuck it up, they'd get stage fright effectively, you know? So I think that there is definitely an element of parents needing to be less closed off about sex, but the best way, in my experience, not only as a sex educator but also as a person that has understood the dynamics of society and stuff like that, the best way to do that is to make sex a less taboo subject on a societal level. If everyone talks about sex openly and honestly, with no shame, no judgment, just discussing it, then there is less pressure on individuals to be perfect about the way that they deal with sex, sexuality, and conversations around that, you know? And honestly, I think that the initial basis of that starts with, as I'm going full circle in the conversation again, the initial basis of that starts with governments imposing a standard sexual syllabus to schools that parents have no influence over. Parents are not allowed. They don't have any influence over biology, chemistry, math, history, geography, English, drama, music. They don't have any influence over any other subject in the entirety of the school syllabus apart from sex. If they didn't have influence over sex and every child got taught about consent, got taught about bodily autonomy, got taught about the biology of sex, got taught about STIs, got taught about contraception, got taught about the safety online and sex around that. Or more specifically, online safety around sex, instead of this bullshit thing that the UK government are doing where they're like, we need to protect the children by monitoring everything ever. If children were taught from like the point where they get into secondary school, where it's like, okay, let's talk about sex, let's talk about everything that I just mentioned, and also let's talk about the dangers of online exposure, both the fact that pornography is entertainment, it's not education, the exploitation online, the fact that when something's online, it's online forever, the fact that you shouldn't be sending photos to people online at their age. I mean, just say you don't have to anyway, do you know what I mean? But talking about all of the risks and all of the things that can go wrong, talking about it very openly and very factually and very honestly, and not letting parents have any kind of influence over those discussions. Societally, we would be better off because the next generation would all have a standard basis of what sex is and what it isn't, and the risks around it. And that would be the foundation. That would be the foundation for us as a society to be more open about talking about sex, because those kids that all have that fucking education, all have that standardized, everybody gets taught the same shit, education around sex, around consent, around STIs, around all the stuff that I just mentioned, they would be more open to talking about their kids about it, because they all got taught in exactly the same way. And I want to include in that menstruation, the period cycle, the like fucking everything to do with it, you know? Because it is a parent's responsibility, but parents come in a million different shapes, sizes, and forms, with a million different backgrounds, and a million different prejudices, a million different religious connotations, or a million different cultural differences. Like, they all come with different dynamics, and there's nothing wrong with them coming from different dynamics by any stretch of the imagination. But if you want a society to have a foundation basis of understanding, this is the reason why schools were brought out, comprehensive schools and public schools were brought out in the first place, so that every single child had a basic level of education. Back in ye olde Victorian days, schools were literally rolled out to the country so that every child had a basic level of education. Now that is the norm, where every child is given a basic level of education, we need to step it up and be like, cool, they need a basic level of math education, they need a basic level of English education, they need a basic level, well, English in this country education, they need a basic level of science education. 99% of the world has sex. Why would we not give them? They are more likely to have sex than they are to understand math, than go into a job that requires loads of math. And math is in everything. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those things. It's like I'm so passionate about like the dynamic of having a fundamental foundation level of sex education that every single child gets at teenage years, when they're having their puberty, when they hit secondary school, realistically speaking, because puberty can hit as young as 8 years old, which is when they're still in primary school. Do you know what I mean? So when they're in secondary school, they should be from the off, this is sex education, this is safety, this is consent, this is dangers. Do you know what I mean? All of that stuff. It needs to happen on a universal level with no interference. Because the problem is that when you allow parents to get involved, as previously mentioned, they all come from so many fucking different backgrounds in their lives. They all come from so many different things, and all of those backgrounds may have prejudices against sex and the understanding of sex and what sex is and what do you know what I mean? That isn't saying that you should promote sex before marriage or anything like that. Many people from multiple religions have this whole dynamic of no sex before marriage. You don't have to promote sex before marriage. Just educate them around it. Educate them around the dangers of it. Dangers of online, of sex online and stuff like that, you know? And also the fact that consent exists. The fact that you have bodily autonomy. You have a right to your own body. The fact that you're having sex with somebody doesn't validate your existence. You should be valid in and of yourself without having to give to other people. You know? I've seen people jump on the weird really fast. To be honest with you, if someone's being a creep, I can completely understand it, yeah? Tell you in tidbits about I appreciate it, Authentic Car. It's always interesting. I don't manage to watch all of them, but the ones that I do, I really enjoy. So I will go back to the ones you've tagged me in before, for sure. But Torians also seemed obsessed with solving... the whole thing. Love me a cornflakes, right? Great. How you doing, you beautiful bean? How's it going? Yo, Ruby Roo. Hello, you beautiful bean. That's bananas. Isn't it wild? Isn't it wild? Another victim of that tries to prove them wrong. Good. Good, good, good. Bananas have skins. They do. That was completely an accident. Oh, my lordy. I'm struggling to articulate this, and I hope it doesn't come out wrong, but as a survivor of a lot of ugly shit, and with a weight of body issues and now disabilities, you're a person I would trust with having sex with. No, I appreciate that, Authentic Car. I appreciate the sentiment behind what you're saying there. I understand why you would be apprehensive about saying that in the chat, because I understand how it could come across as wrong. But the fact that you, without like, I don't read it as a specific expression of interest. I read it as you are a person that I would trust, you know, and I appreciate that. That's very complimentary of you. Thank you. Parents are also told the boys will stand out in locker rooms and by their partners. All bullshit. Oh yeah, but there's a bigger conversation around, because there's other things within the realms of sex education that come up when it comes down to like the fucking stupidity of penis size issues. And what I mean by that is the fact that like nearly every person I know that's ever been born with a penis has had a whole thing where it's like, oh, you cock small, and it's like, nobody fucking cares. You get to a certain like age. My lips are peeling. Or sunburn. You get to a certain age and it just doesn't fucking matter. To be honest, it doesn't matter when you're a fucking teenager. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. It's not a thing that matters. You know? At all. It's so stupid. Don't understand the fixation on having biological children. The joys of parenthood is both the closeness of the family, loved ones, and to educate a better generation. This can be done, however, without biological kids. There's so many kids needing a loving home out there. Oh, Slime Magpie, I know that better than most. I have been a pseudo parent to 2 children in my life that have not been my biological kid, and it didn't stop me loving them as a child myself at all. You know, just pop in and say hi and go and sleep. No worry, you take it easy, Depth Fan. You take it easy. How bad my hand chatting? Pretty far. I'm catching up there. I'm whipping down. I imagine the Victorians to be very like the Mormons when it comes to discussing sex. The Mormons, I know, absolutely do not believe it should be freely discussed, but also have never heard of anyone make so many sexual innuendos in one conversation before. Yep. Yeah. It goes on. It goes on. Absolutely, they like the chase but lose interest when they get the chase. To a certain degree sometimes, Daddy Bear. To a certain degree. Sometimes I think it's also the dynamic of that I intimidate them, because I am very well aware that my confidence and the fact that I'm very confident in myself is very intimidating. It's very intimidating to a lot of people. So I can... That's what I put it down to more than anything else, really, is the fact that people just get to that point and they go, fucking hell, all right, you're a bit intense. You know, I'm like, okay, no worries. No pressure. There's never a fucking pressure by any stretch of the imagination. You have a level 69 eventually. Oh, my lordy. Jazz hands, the whole lot. Exactly, right? Then I well beyond qualify. Huzzah! Pretty sure Valentine's going to be... Yeah, exactly. Exactly like that. Exactly like that. How you doing, Viking, by the way? How's your leg, buddy? How's your leg? Ruby throwing a judging glare at you. Sounds about right. Alien looking for you now. Honestly, the aliens looking for me now would be fucking great. I'd be well on board that. I'd be like, all right, okay, let's see what's going on. See what's happening. Reminds me of genitalia. Be using that on my fillet. I want to wrap my thighs around your face. Do it. Do it, Tinks. Just say, look, I want you to wear me like a feed bag. Let's go. Right? I hope his heart melts and you both have fun. Exactly, right? We had a terrible class in school on consent. It was so unclear and only given to girls while boys play rugby. No. It was only given to girls? That's honestly, that's incited a level of rage in me I wasn't ready for. I wasn't ready for that. Because, you know. In accordance with all of the statistics across every single country, it's definitely the girls that need to know about consent and definitely not the boys, right? PE teacher, that's weird. Mattress wrestling, no, Nibirin. It was a weird thing. Like I got taught by a biology teacher about like the biology of sex. However, in many schools, it was like a physical education. This is to do with your body, and therefore the physical education teacher is going to teach you about it. The PE teacher, yeah. For me, in the 80s in the US, a PE teacher just explained reproduction. That's it. Yeah, I never understood why it was the PE teacher either, other than the fact that it was like, okay, it's to do with your body, and therefore the person that does the lessons around body movement is going to teach you. It's like, okay, that's a bit weird. Surely it comes down to it. Yeah, exactly. For you can hire goats per the hour. You can. I still question why it's there. Just fucking eating my dressing gown while I'm rutting in the corner. Do you know what I mean? It's taking me so much time to unlearn shame. It's surprising how often it impacts your sex even once you're over it. Oh, yeah. Ruby Roo. Honestly, shame is one of the most condemning things. Not only is it bad for self-confidence issues, anxiety, performance issues, and stuff like that, but it can also lead to some really severe medical health issues when it comes down to sex. Like we talked very much earlier on in the conversation around stuff like vaginismus, which is like a clamping, a subconscious clamping of the vagina, where it clamps shut so hard because you're so afraid and anxious and shameful and stuff like that, that it can be extremely painful. But also the fact that it can lead to quite severe impotence with people with penises as well. Like they're just not able to maintain tumescence because they're so afraid of getting it wrong. They're so afraid of not being able to perform correctly, and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, they literally throughout the one of the very few reasons throughout like the medieval times, I'm talking the Middle Ages, the medieval times with knights and jousting and dragons, one of the very few ways that a woman was able to annul a marriage, like divorce, the ye olde form of divorce, was by saying that her partner wasn't able to perform his husbandly duties. And the way that they would verify that is the partner, the man of the heterosexual marriage, would have to jack off in front of a jury or have sex with his wife in front of a jury. That was the way they were like, well, you're gonna have to prove it now. It's just like, what the fuck? Samurai Afro, how you doing? How's it going? Of course, because it's about children's rights, not parents' rights. Unfortunately, children are not only a minority, but they don't have political rights, so parents have more leverage, even if they hurt their children. Yeah, they do. Friends, I'm going to give you a PSA right now. If anyone in the entire fucking world, a politician, a teacher, a parent, anybody says, but won't you think of the children? Immediately be suspicious. Won't somebody please think of the children? We're doing this for children's safety. Be suspicious. Be suspicious. Because in the past 10 years, I have yet to see somebody who says, won't somebody think of the children? Won't somebody think of children's safety? Actually have children's safety in mind when imposing whatever changes they want to impose. The Online Safety Act, the fucking gun laws in America, any of the abortion rights, anything. Any of that shit. One of my favorite. We're not going to get into the conversation now, so I'm going to draw a line here. In fact, can I get a line, please? One of the mods. Because we're not going to get into the conversation, but I am going to say a statement. Thank you very much, Sembar. So after that line, anything that is around abortion, I would like deleted, please, mods. There was a statement that was given by somebody who was talking about pro-life, and it was like, you're pro-life, but you don't want to feed the children, you don't want to educate the children, you don't want to have the children adopted, you won't put any of your taxpayers' money into keeping those children alive or anything like that. You're not pro-life, you're pro-birth. And that is exactly how I feel about the entire situation. Anybody who turns around and says, no, I'm pro-life, no, you're pro-birth. You are pro-birth. Because the systems aren't in place to keep those children okay after they've been born.
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
That's how I feel about that. Absolutely. 210% on that. But yeah, in regards to like children, I genuinely think if any of these people cared about children when they turn around and go, like take the Online Safety Act in the UK, for example, if they cared about protecting children, they would educate the children. They would educate the children and educate parents. Simple as. Real simple. They would just educate children in schools around the dangers of the internet, around the dangers of pornography. And there are dangers in pornography. Even though I am pro-sex work, I'm very much pro-sex work and pro-sex workers. There are dangers in pornography. Absolutely. Educate them around the dangers of pornography. Educate them around the dangers of sex on the internet and the whole topic of sex on the internet. Put all of that money that they put into the fucking Online Safety Act that isn't going to work into education, and also provide resources for parents on how to protect their children via the government websites. Here are ways that you can keep your kids safe. Here are things you need to know about your child on the internet. Here are websites that you can use in order to put child protection on your home computer. Here are resources of ways to put child protection on your child's phone. Make those resources available for parents, and put the education into the schooling system to educate kids around the dangers of online adult content. You know, Eleonora, how you doing, you beautiful bean? I would take that even further and say that we would have a foundation of a generation that knows fully about consent, and it will change everyone's interaction with one another. I would agree with that. Eleonora. Absolutely. 210%. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Ruby Roo. I really appreciate that. I don't call people out in case they're lurking, but you've been chatting away, so I'll happily say thank you. My mate does a show around vaginismus called Whole. It's incredible, the amount of people who recognize their symptoms at her show and have never been taught about their bodies. No, the amount of times that I've said the word vaginismus and people are like, what are you talking about? People that were literally born with vaginas are like, what are you talking about? What's vaginismus? And that's always going to be wild to me. But then it's also like endometriosis. Oh my god, say the name right. I know a little. I don't know enough about it, but I know a little about it. And yet, what I know about it, as somebody without a uterus, is more than a lot of people with uteruses. You know. I think it's not so far as to call it coy about it. My mom never learned you anything, never taught you anything. Yeah, you learned it yourself. Yeah. I think that's the same for a lot of people. My parents were very, very good in the regard. They didn't teach me a lot, but they taught me the basics. And then they said, if you have any questions, we are here to discuss it with you. And they were just very... and I appreciate them for that, because it was like, okay, you've now got a foundation, and we are now open for you to ask us questions and take things at your pace. They allowed me to take things at my pace, and my sisters and my brother to take things at our own pace as we learn and what have you. I was a glutton for it, so I didn't ask them many questions, but I was keen to do all kinds of research, and I found a variety of different books under their bed that evidently they were educating themselves on, and I was like, I can learn, and I very much did so. You're so right. A standardized understanding would definitely level the playing field for everyone, which is far more beneficial and healthy outcome for society. Your hell eloquent charisma level 100. I appreciate that, Sephiroth Mayhem. Thank you so much. That's quite the compliment. I do have a lot of charisma. It has to be said. But I am also, I think the key in this scenario is the fact that I am passionate about the subject. I'm a showman anyway. I do like cabarets and stuff like that, so I'm always going to be a showman. But in regards to this specific subject, I am passionate. I find it very, very interesting, very intriguing, and also, I don't know, I think it also brings out a part of my justice complex, because I've got a bit of a justice complex going on, and I think it brings out a certain element of that, because I think that so many people that I know of, in fact, you know what? I'd say nearly everybody, not everybody, but nearly everybody that I have ever met in my entire life has been misguided because of lack of good education. If I knew in my teenage years the shit that I know now, that would have changed my entire approach to sex. Entire approach to it. You know? Just cropping in this way, you don't age. You look the same when I first followed you in 2020. Do people live it forever up north? I didn't notice. Yeah, it's just me. It's just me, Ben Wilmot. It's because I bathe in iron brew, and the chemicals just keep me youthful. How are you doing, you beautiful bean? I don't know whether you're still here. You just said you were popping in, so you might have already disappeared, but I hope you're doing well, friend. Also, kids will always be exposed to sexual stuff from the internet, to discarded magazines and newspapers. Yeah. Oh, Samurai Afro. I will talk openly about the fact that when I was a teenager, one of the most amazing things that I could do, the closest thing that I got to like a true, well and true adventure, was me and my friends searching for porn mags in bushes. It was honestly like pirates searching for buried treasure. It was fucking excellent. They will always be exposed to sex. And like I said, with the Online Safety Act at the moment, it's like Pornhub is no longer accessible. All that means is that people are going to go to sketchier and sketchier websites. I literally, the day, and I'll say this openly, I am not encouraging people to try and evade the Online Safety Act, because that would be illegal, and I'm not allowed to do illegal things. What I will say is that on the day that the Online Safety Act went into play, on the day that it officially went live, I did an experiment. To see how effective it was. On the day it went live, I typed into Google the word porn. I clicked on the first link. First link was Pornhub. Can't go through unless I verify my ID or face scan. Second link, X videos. Can't go through unless I verify my age or my face scan. Third link, same. Fourth link, same. Fifth link, porn. Porn as far as the eye could see. No face scan, no ID. I literally had to click a button that said, I am over the age of 18. There is a massive issue at the moment with the UK government being like, we're gonna sue people who don't. We're gonna fine people, not sue people. We're gonna fine people. We're gonna fine businesses that UK people can visit if they don't adhere to the Online Safety Act. And there's a big legal battle at the moment because American companies are going, no, you can't do this. We're an American company. We do not adhere to your laws. There is no way you can uphold this in any way, shape, or form. And they're like, we're going to fine you £20,000. And they're like, we're not going to pay you. You literally have no power here. We are an American company, and you trying to infringe this act infringes our the Constitution of freedom of speech. You're not allowed to do this. It's fucking, it's wild. It's huge. I'm obviously keeping as up to date as I possibly can be with it, but it's not only wild and huge, but it's also backfiring in the worst possible way. It is going to cost the government thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds, and it is never going to work. Because it was never going to work in the first place, because these people that fucking make these decisions don't understand the fucking internet. It's so stupid. Yorkshire tea and gravy. All the Yorkshire tea. Gravy I'm not a massive fan of, but Yorkshire tea, oh god yes. God yes. It makes the UK current idiotic advancements even more ridiculous. Oh, they're so stupid. They're so easy to get around with something like a VPN, and I'm not encouraging anyone to do that, but I'm saying VPNs exist and they very quickly get around it. And even without a VPN, it doesn't take much searching to get around all of the restrictions. The real issue that they're having is the fact that it is literally infringing freedom of speech, because like news articles around the genocide that's happening in Gaza is being blocked because unless you do a face scan, and it's like, what the fuck? That's not okay. Wimmy Wam Wam Wazzle. Oh, fucking I ain't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well, friend. Hope you're doing okay. In the US South is it's a sin before marriage, and then you got a high pregnancy rate. Yeah. Do they teach you about contraception? And this isn't a judgment at all by any stretch of imagination, Wimmy Wam Wam Wazzle. But do they teach you about contraception? Or is it literally a case of in the South it's a sin before marriage, and after you're married you have sex as much as you want, but you expect babies? Trust, not proposition. I got you, Authentic. I got you. Don't think anyone's buying it. It's about political censorship. It's always about political censorship, yeah. Didn't the Greeks admire small roosters? Yeah. So in ancient Greek and ancient Roman times as well, the smaller your penis, the more intellectual you were. If you were a person born with a large phallus, it was considered barbaric, and that if you had a massive penis, you were obviously stupid. No point in trying to park a bus in a car garage. Nothing wrong with having a bus though. No, not by any stretch of imagination. Van, do you know the YouTuber, the Spiffing Brit? I do know the YouTuber, the Spiffing Brit, claims to be the sexiest person in the UK. I've been requested to ask this. I mean, I can't lie to you, okay? You've learnt my secret identity. Frax, I am actually a Spiffing Brit. I mean, I shouldn't have made that claim that I was the sexiest person in the UK, because people would have automatically made that connection that I was the Spiffing Brit, because I'm obviously the sexiest person in the UK. Do you know what I mean? God, I knew I shouldn't have done that. Oh my god. Looking for the silver lining. How you doing? You are the sexiest person. I am the sexiest person in all. I'll take it. Absolutely. Look at me. This beautiful visage. Killer cheekbones. How you doing, silver lining, you beautiful individual? Welcome on in. The fact that you said in all makes me think that you know me from all. Where do you know me from, friend? There are answers as to why it's being promoted, but it's a serious political and not for this channel. Yeah. There's a lot of politics behind it, but it's all bullshit. I will openly say that the Online Safety Act in the UK was always going to fail. There's no way it could work. Because the people that brought it in didn't. It was basically, from my understanding, there's Jesus, do I really want to get into this? The TLDR is it for me, from my perspective, and I'm trying to keep us up to date as possible. It was another situation as the PPE with the NHS during the COVID situation. If you're not from the UK, the TLDR of that is the fact that the government gave shitloads of money to their mates so that they could make protective equipment for NHS workers, for medical staff on the front lines of the COVID pandemic, and they didn't work. They were not functional. They gave millions and millions and millions of dollars to their mates to make PPE, and it didn't work. None of the PPA was up to standard. None of the PPA reached thingies, and people died because of it. And for me, I think that a certain part of my personal opinion is a certain part of the Online Safety Act is because the government want to give their mates companies money in order to roll something out that is never going to work. It's never going to work. The internet doesn't work that way. End of story. You can go into the censorship, you can go into the control, you can go into all that jazz, but it was never gonna fucking work. Healing got compressive sock prescribed last week. Fantastic. Managed to get the foot into the motorcycle boot for the first time days later. Stoked to finally ride again. Have you actually ridden it now, Biking Viking? Hey guys, I'm gonna head off, not feeling the greatest all of a sudden, so gonna curl up and in my cold bed watch some shit on your iPad. You take it easy, Tinks, you beautiful being. Sending all of the love, you wonderful individual. The talk has been pretty heavy today, in the most positive way, in the absolute most positive way, because I think the conversations like this need to happen. But I understand if people need to take a little step out, you know. How do you think they dealt with the situation? My niece and her boyfriend, both 17, who've been partnered for over a year, no questions about them being sexually active, spent a night at mine before doing the university test, which is another way to get it into uni because they live far from the city and I live in it and it starts early. Gave them my bed and slept on the sofa myself and just told them if absolutely needed, condoms are in the night drawer, but please try to keep quiet. Yeah, fair. I think that a lot of people struggle with that kind of openness, but also the other thing that I will say on that, Slime Magpie, is your niece and her boyfriend would probably feel even more awkward about the possibility of doing it because you offered it. Like if I was a 17-year-old guy with a partner and my aunt or uncle or mum or dad or what have you would turn around and be like, hey, you can sleep in my bed and there's condoms there if you need them. I'd be like, I don't feel good about this. I feel weird. Do you know what I mean? I was just like, yeah, that would make me as a teenage lad feel very awkward. Never mind the person I was with, you know? Thanks for asking. Biking Viking, always, friend. I wanted to know how you were doing. I'm glad that you're getting back on your bike. Did ride from the workshop to the town center and back just to discover that after we fixed the oil leakage, which had caused my fall, now the gas tank is leaking. Oh my god, what a nightmare! What a nightmare! After all this time as well. But at least you know before a fall, which is good, you know. Yeah, Ruby Roo. Yeah, that's awful. That is fucking awful. Just read your last comment about the consent dynamics. Just fucking awful. It was 3 years ago and they're still together. Don't see any political aspects at all. What did I miss? I don't know. I'm not scrolling all the way back there. There's conversations going on. Yeah, exactly that. Authentic art, preemptive victim blaming. Yeah, exactly that. That sounds like the best way to go about it. Treat it as a natural thing. Offer the safety in case it is needed. Yeah, exactly. Because it is a natural thing. Jesus, yeah. Goat yoga is a thing. I can't think of how to hire a goat for an hour or so. Yeah, goat yoga. I've seen goat yoga, and that honestly seems like the weirdest fucking dynamic. I cannot think of something more distracting than trying to do yoga and attain my inner peace with a fucking goat's hooves burying itself in my spinal column. Do you know what I mean? I cannot think of anything less distracting. Vaginismus just makes me think of vagina Christmas, as in the word. Yeah, no, I understand that. In the early 2000s, US, California has state that the states are different with education in it. There was a science teacher. Oh, right, that's interesting. Yeah. You see my mate's show, literally called The Evil Vagina. Ruby Roo, where can we find your friend's show? Because the friend's show about vaginismus is called Whole, if I remember correctly. I would genuinely be interested to watch that. That would genuinely be very interesting to me. Is it like available on YouTube or on Vimeo or something like that? Maybe parents should learn to use parental locks against shady sites that would be out for. Yeah, honestly. Yeah. But I mean, the youth of today are gonna find their way around a lot of things, but that's the constant battle. It's like the battle between viruses, like viruses on a PC, a computer virus, and antivirus systems. It's a constant battle. One gets updated, then the other like grows around it, then gets updated, then the other one grows around it. It's exactly the same scenario with like online safety. You know, you've got to constantly be on the ball to make sure that you know what's going on. And it's the same with parents. Parents need to be on the ball to be protective of their children. Not overprotective, but protective of their children. Absolutely. Okay, look up Holly Spillar. Holly Spiller. And it's called Whole. Ooh. I have got... Can I save to later? Watch later. Cool. That's going on my watch later list. Oh, is it Soho Theatres? Cool. Cool. Is it still... Are they still performing? I would come see that live. No clue about that. Explains a lot though. Yeah. Did that for our too, yeah. Mine are very young, so they don't need to be on the internet yet, but I'm taking things very seriously when they must be for school. Yeah. Absolutely. Even back in the 80s, there was a big protect the children thing about hard rock metal music. There's a wonderful Senate court hearing in 1985 with the Parents Music Resource Center wanting to ban on certain music. A lot of musicians like Frank Zappa, Dee Snider, and John Denver went on stage against it. Sly Magpie, the statement that Dee Snider gave is still regularly circulated about how it's got nothing to... All of the things that they're campaigning against is bullshit. And people were amazed at how articulate Dee Snider was in that scenario. It was just like these big, larger-than-life rocker just being like, these are your real issues, and none of you are dealing with them. You're blaming us for your lack of... thing. It's like, you are using us as a scapegoat. You know what I mean? Clues found is neurospicy. This is absolutely 10 out of 10. My lifelong hyperfocus. Sex and debauchery. Lurking, but had a good birthday weekend doing very little. Currently having cake. Congratulations, Ben Wilmot. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ben Wilmot. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ben Wilmot, you beautifully being. I'm glad that you're having a wonderful birthday weekend and currently indulging yourself in some cake. Love a good bit of cake. Love a good bit of cake. Good old forest corn, yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you find any booty, so to speak? Oh, yeah, very much so. Very, very much so. Me and my friends had a fucking secret stash. Actually, my lungs are pretty fucked at the moment, Ruby Roo, because I've been out and about and I've got a wee bit of a fucking, like, nasty, heavy chest going on. But I've done a lot of speaking in my time, so my lungs are rather large. Yeah, me and my friends used to have, like, a secret stash where we would stash all of our fucking hidden pornography. And every so often it'd get raided by one of the other gangs of youths. They'd come round and steal all our plunder. You know? Did that as a kid. Found treasure trove of porn in my friend's dad's shed out back. Yeah, Midgarder, 100%. Loved it. Loved it. And do you know what? I'm gutted. I am genuinely gutted because I look back on those times with such fond memories that I know that, like, it's weird to say that the youth of today are never going to experience, but they're not. They're not going to experience that. They're never going to have the excitement of finally finding something, because the internet doesn't work like that, you know. Not that I want, like, kids to see any of that stuff, because I understand how fucking damaging it can be. Absolutely. But I also know that, having been a teenager, I know that you're gonna find it. You're gonna find ways around it, because you always fucking do. I mean, realistically speaking, nowadays all I have to do is type porn into Google and scroll down 5 links. Do you know what I mean? It's not, honestly. Type boobs into Google Images. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. When you type boobs into Google Images, as a person from the UK, you get... Originally, that was something that I used to do. Like, when I was a young, plucky, young whippersnapper and Google had just come around, I'd just type boobs into Google Images. I was like 13 at the time, 14 maybe. Now, you get an awful lot of boobs with little pasties over them. Boobs in bras. Fake boobs. Illustrations of boobs. And the occasional tit. So they have actually managed to go right the way over to thingy. No, I'm not gonna. Don't bite the fucking bait, Valen. Do not do it. Don't bite the bait, you fucking bastard. I almost went off on a right rant there, friends. I was like, whoa, no, don't do it. Porn bags in bushes were never a thing for me and my friends. For us, it was finding hidden away VCRs in a room of older siblings, labeled things like Disney. Yep. Home movies. Yeah. 4chan of all people are reportedly suing over data protection. Yes, they are. Yeah. Because the whole thing is a massive GDPR breach. But I think the way that they're trying to get around it is the fact that the UK, because Brexit, we're not part of the EU anymore. We don't have to worry about that shit. Anyway, yeah, 4chan has definitely launched a legal case against it. It's not only 4chan, though. There's a few others. There's a few like tech companies that are part of it as well. Sisters of Gravy Fiend, yeah. The music got epic. Yeah, it got quite atmospheric there, didn't it, for a second there? Warning for VPNs. I work with InfoSec very closely. A lot of VPNs still store your data, hand over the data or metadata to the authorities if they ask. Yes. the VPN company that I own, the VPN company that I have used in the past, actively don't store their data. They have been well documented in the regards that they don't store any data at all, which is why they're quite trusted. Do not use information from chat for illegal reasons. However, and unrelated, there were news articles that video game characters were being used to pass the photo for the Safety Act. Yes, do not use any information. This is a topic of conversation. This is not me encouraging anybody to actively do anything that is illegal by any stretch of the imagination. We will talk about many different subjects around the legalities of a specific topic. For example, the Online Safety Act. One of the ways that the youth of today are getting around the Online Safety Act by entering their ID is by going to their local government site, entering a postcode to find out who their local governor is, who is the local MP of their area, taking that person's headshot, then going to AI and getting their AI to make a fake ID, and then using that to scan. And I think if I remember correctly, it was something like within 24 hours, Keir Starmer had signed up to 99 different porn accounts because Keir Starmer's face had been taken from the internet and put on 100 fake IDs that youths were using to access 18+ websites. It is also possible to do so with a VPN. Not that I would encourage anyone to do that, and as a result of the fact that the VPN is a very quick and easy and well-known way around this legislation, the UK are also looking at banning VPNs. I don't know how they would do that. I don't know whether that's even possible. But that's what they're looking at doing. Life is a highway, I want to ride you all night long. Looking for a silver lining? I'm not surprised. Look at this beautiful face. Crazy how no matter how much you elect who you elect, the end result is always people getting more of their rights and power taken away. I don't disagree, but I think that without going into like politics, deep politics, I think that society goes in cycles. And at the moment, we are going through a particularly fucking rough cycle where the public, the average public individual is so sick of being taken for granted and being taken the piss out of. And it's like the fucking French Revolution. The people at the top are looking to exploit in any way they possibly can and control in any way they possibly can. The people at the bottom are getting so fucking fed up that they aren't thinking analytically and critically. They are just being like, these people are here for us, let's vote them. And that's all I'm going to say on the matter. I don't want to get into the workings of politics yet now, because fuck that noise, too late for that shit. Thank you for everything you do for the world. Tinks, you are beautiful and glorious. Sleep well, you glorious individual. I did run back from... Yeah, I got that. I was aware, of course. Yeah. Puppy yoga sounds equally distracting, but also in a different way. Yeah, absolutely. I feel like puppy yoga is just going to end up with a lot of people being licked on the face and having little puppy nose stuck up people's assholes, because dogs love to smell people's asses. Excuse me. I raised goats for a while and I concur. It's useful to be on your guard with goat around. They don't respect personal space well, no. And they also eat everything. I'd be afraid of it munching on my eardrum. Do you know what I mean? Not even the earlobe, the drum. It would fucking work its way in there, you know? There's always been a battle. Kids have snuck out of their houses to go to inappropriate stuff from time immemorial. It's all the same. Of course they are. Because teenagers push their boundaries. They will always push their boundaries. So what do? You make the boundary look unappealing by teaching them about it. You take away the taboo nature of something, it is infinitely less appealing. It's all the same problem. How do you keep kids from things that they're not yet old enough to understand? Just in more evolved forms. Make them understand. Educate them. That's my answer. That is my answer to 99% of them. The only one that I don't have an answer to that is like when it comes down to gun control. But we don't have to worry about that in this country because gun control is a fucking deadly firearm. Jesus Christ. Anyway, as a parent, you know, just as always, it's important to take an interest in what your kid reads, listens to, watches, etc., and talk to them about it. Yep, 100%. 100%. I have done it with many children that are not even my own children, where I've been like, okay, what's that? It's interesting. Okay. And how do you feel about that? I don't think that's quite what those people are after. I don't think that's quite what this is what that is saying. Especially because kids idolize people. Absolutely fucking idolize people. The amount of times that I've had a conversation around fuck, what's his name? The two guys who made Prime drink. Logan Paul, is it? Logan Paul and some guy who makes terrible rap songs. KSI, that's them. Yeah, thank you very much, Milky Pork. Yeah, KSI and Logan Paul. And they're like, they're so cool, they're so amazing. And I'm like, why do you think that? Well, they got loads of cool stuff. Douchebag and Shared, yeah. They got loads of money. Okay, how do you think they got the money? By being really cool. Did they? I mean, in this scenario, it looks like they exploited a load of people. How would you feel if you were one of these people that paid loads of money towards this thing and never got the thing that you wanted? Like the crypto shit. Because at the end of the day, the phrase just because is never a good answer to anybody, child or adult. You should do this just because. You should believe this just because. You can explain it to them in ways they understand. And you don't have to give them all the fucking details. But I get the whole dynamic of they're too young to understand stuff, but they'll understand certain elements of it. Like, okay, you've looked at these things. Were you meant to look at these things? Well, no. Do you think that's a bit disrespectful to the person that you're looking at them without their permission? Oh, well, yeah, I suppose. Would you like it if somebody looked at pictures of you without your permission? Oh, no, not really. You don't have to go into the, well, this is sexual exploitation. You can just go for the bare basic. Okay. Somebody has shown you a photo of somebody naked. Do you think that's a bit disrespectful that they've shown you a photo of that person naked without their permission? Well, yeah. Would you like it if, like, somebody showed a picture of you naked? They don't have pictures of me naked. No, of course they don't, because you're a sensible human being and you don't take pictures of yourself naked because you're a child. But still, if you did, would you like it if they did? Oh, no, I don't like that. Then maybe we should not look at the pictures. Maybe you should tell your friends that it's not cool to do something like that. You know? Birthday time, exactly. In a gruff veteran voice, do you remember the porn raids of 1998? Oh, I had a wonderful time in the porn raids of 1998. We came across a trove of pornography. Yes, only 3 of the pages were stuck together, yes. Exactly, Nirin. Exactly that. Exactly that. Difference between pictures and videos? Absolutely. Absolutely. Peeking past the beaded curtain in the mum and pop video store to see all the VHS covers. Yeah. I remember being a very, very young teenager and going to, like, do you remember when you would have catalogs at home? Like, before the internet and shit, you would have a catalog at home. And I remember being a very young teenager and desperately going to the fucking lingerie section to find out which ones of the bras and what have you were see-through. Because I was a young teenage child with big old fucking urges, and I was like, I really want to see some boobies. You know? Absolutely. Not designed for that purpose at all by any stretch of the imagination, but that was where my brain went, because you find ways around it. You always find way. When you are restricted in a certain way, it's like, cool, how can I not be restricted in these scenarios? You know what I mean? Oh, I'm gonna type into Google Images nude art. That's a really good point. Does that work? Nude art. Here's me now testing the boundaries of yeah, nude art works. Testing the boundaries of the Online Safety Act. Because this was all the shit that I did as a fucking 13, 14-year-old kid. I'm like, I want to see some boobies. Let's type in nude art. Because it's artistic and not pornography. You know? And as an adult, I agree. But as a teenager, I didn't give a shit. Do you know what I mean? As you talk continues on child safety, have you seen the current conversation and reports of information on Roblox issues? I haven't. I have stayed the fuck away from Roblox. That... When the boy used to play Roblox, we kept a very close eye on it. And then he got banned off Roblox. We were like, yeah, you can't play this anymore. This isn't okay. Ensue meltdown because wanted to play Roblox and wasn't allowed. Dangerous. Honestly, Frax, though, Roblox is bad, but the one that actually I was surprisingly more concerned at was Discord. There is literally a YouTube channel. I can't remember for the life of me. I'll have to dig around in my messages and find out who sent me it. There is literally a YouTube channel that is dedicated to exposing questionable Discord servers. And I mean questionable in the bad way, as opposed to questionable in our Discord server. You know? Yeah, it's really bad. Some of the servers that are on Discord are highly illegal. From everything, from buying drugs to buying weaponry to the worst of the worst crimes. Absolutely. And this guy literally goes on, finds this stuff through his myriad of sites and reports it to the police and reports it to Discord. And hopefully they are taken down. Do you know what I mean? We are honorable degenerates. Too fucking right we are. Too fucking right. Finding a porn stash in the woods was always a thrill as a young adult. Finding something now on someone's computer is not the same. A lot of questions will be asked now. Yeah, oh yeah, 100%. Does breasts change the image of the vibe? I will happily search this. Do you know why? Do you know why I happily search this? Because every single time that you search something and it hits against the Online Safety Act, it shows that people are interested in it. Shows that people are interested in it. Images. To a degree. To a degree. There's an awful lot of censored images. And there's a fair amount of uncensored images. A lot of the things that when you type in breast into Google Images are to do with breast cancer. And therefore, there's a lot of very good educational images. But, or breast augmentation. But I wouldn't say that they were particularly heart pumping, shall we say. safe search in the Google is turned off. Oh, my safe search is always turned off. The kind of stuff that I research anyway, I need safe search to be turned off. You know? Nanny AI has censored everything. That doesn't fucking surprise me. D. Snyder said himself that he deliberately went into the 1985 hearing in his rocker clothes because he knew they would underestimate him as a filthy rocker. But if he'd enjoyed learning, even if he doesn't have an official degree, yeah, oh god, yeah, 100%. Very articulate, very intelligent response as well. Found that most comic sites are unaffected, oddly enough. Yeah, I found that, like I said, the issue is the fact that it's not gonna do anything. All it does is push people to sketchier and sketchier sites. I've only used NordVPN because of one of the few that can access BBC as a non-UK citizen. Yeah, that's fair. It's malicious compliance I'm proud of. I want to argue all about it, but I know I'll get political. Yeah, no, I 100%. I genuinely really appreciate everyone just towing the line with it. You know what I mean? Banning VPNs is possible to a certain extent. China is doing it. Iran is doing it. Russia is doing it. All of them with varying levels of success. The nature of that list of countries alone, though, should be a warning to anyone thinking about pro-censorship. Exactly. Exactly, Viking. 100% that. Banning commercial VPNs. Get a friend with the internet connection and a mild understanding of Linux and send them a Raspberry Pi in exchange for them setting you a VPN and you're good to go, yeah? That's the problem with the sexual repression versus biological hormones. Yeah, oh god, yeah, 100% Wolfman. 100%. I'm aware of my own WireGuard ecosystem. Amazing. Amazing. If they're old enough to ask the questions, they're old enough for age-appropriate answers. And that's the key. That is the key, is age-appropriate answers. You know? I heard a parent on TikTok talking about how they had two-stage sex ed with their kids. The young kids get the generalities. The older kids get more specifics. Yeah. Because you can answer the questions in age-specific terms. You can do that. I've done it for God knows how many kids. Because, again, their parents, I've been like, they've asked me a question, and I'm like, is it okay if I talk about this? And they're like, yeah, go ahead. And I'm like, cool. Or they say no, and I'm like, no worries, you'll have to ask your mum and dad when you're older, or your mums when you're older, or your dads when you're older, do you know what I mean? I'm like, if they're not okay with me speaking about it, then I can't talk to you about it. But on the other side of things, if they're like, yeah, no worries, and I'm like, cool, all right then, let's talk about it in an age-sensitive way. You know, let's have the discussion about consent. When two people, where do babies come from? What have you told them? You haven't gone for the stalk or anything? No, just say mummy's tummy. Cool. When sometimes when people love each other and they want to have a baby, or when people just want to have a baby, there is a way that they grow inside the mummy's tummy. Done and done. Kids are smarter than you think. If they do something bad, always ask them why they did it and ask them to open-ended questions until they realize why it was bad. Absolutely. Absolutely. No worries, Ruby Uru. You take it easy, beautiful being. Lovely to meet you too. Lovely to meet you too. I'm glad you happened on this stream too, you beautiful individual. We'll see you another time. Had to explain to my daughters why I don't find a lot of content creators admirable when they make content about them doing good things. If you're going to do something good, yeah, exactly. You're making money from it, doing good. Then you aren't doing something good. You're doing something selfish with a good side effect. Yes. Yeah. That was the constant argument with, like, Mr. Beast before all of the the recent controversies have come out, you know. The band Bare Naked Ladies was a band, was named for that exact reason. Yeah. All right, okay. I was just wondering whether, because I know a band that is an all-female band, and they always go to every gig topless. That's like their thing that they always do. But they I was wondering whether Google Images would show their stuff, but it's all just their promo pictures, which are all covered because obviously they need to get them on social medias and shit. That's what the lead singer called the lingerie section of the catalogs. What, bare naked ladies? Ah, okay. To be fair, 1996 internet took 5 minutes to load a pixelated image of a naked person that was our foreplay. Oh god, yeah. Do you know what, Sly Magpie? Do you know what's... Can I just take a moment, friends, to appreciate the absurdity of this thing? I have games. Like, for those people that don't know, as a sex educator, I review not safe for work games. I review adult games. Sex games. Do you know what I mean? So I'll go on, I'll play them. They're all available on the Questionable Game Emporium if you're interested. Or most of them are available on the Questionable Game Emporium if you're interested. And I play these games. Oh, itchy nose. I do reviews of them. I talk very openly about what is realistic, what isn't realistic, what makes me uncomfortable, everything. I'm very open about it. Obviously, at the moment, with the way things are at the moment, there's certain games I'm now not able to feature. Anything that involves furries, and a couple of other little things as well. Which is... I'm not going to get into that. But what I find really, really weird was yesterday. I was like, day before yesterday. I was speaking to somebody about a not safe for work game that I had played. And I was like, this game that I played, and they were like, what's it about? And I was like, cool, I'll just copy and paste the game description from Steam. I was like, I'll go onto Steam and I'll just copy and paste the game description. Nice and easy. A game that I have owned for like 4 years, I couldn't get on the store page because even though I owned the game, the store page was banned without me having a credit card to verify my age. See you later, Mayor Whitefire, you beautiful bean. I was like, are you for real? I have owned this game for a very long time. I'm pretty sure my Steam account is now over 18 years old. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? So it's like, if I go on to fucking hell, let me pull up, because there was a game that the reason why I brought this up was because there is a game that is called You Must Be 18 or Older to Enter. That is the name of the game. The name of the game is You Must Be 18 or Older to Enter. Can I get into the community hub? I can get into the community hub of these things. I just can't access them. Right, let me see if I can find an image that isn't explicit, so that I can show you. Because this took me way back. Nope, can't. It's I can't really show you because even in the interesting ways that it does it, they are explicit in inverted commas. Oh, I can, if I show you this. Okay, I can show you this. There we go. This is a screenshot from it. So I'll show you this. This has no thingies, but the entire game is like this. So it's all like text that is made up. Thank you very much, Nibberin. Yeah, I can see, which I'm okay with. Some people don't get to see this. So the entire game is like this, and it's a horror game because the entire game is about trying to get pornography in like the late 80s, early 90s while your parents are out, and your parents can come back at any moment. So there's this lingering threat that you're going to get caught looking at pornography online, but all of the images are all made up of like text like this, you know? I can't remember. There's a specific name for that type of making an image out of letters and punctuation and stuff. But yeah, it's ASCII. Thank you very much, Greeto. Yeah, exactly that. ASCII art. Yeah. So the entire game is made out of ASCII art, and every single time you go onto like a new page, it's like it'll pop at the bottom being like, turn around, someone's coming. Oh my god, are you gonna get caught? And so the game, it's time consuming. I mean, yeah, that as well. But the entire game is about being trying to look at pornography when your parents are due home at any minute. They're ready to arrive home, and you're gonna get caught looking at porn. And I was like, fucking hell, the nostalgia I felt. Oh my god, it was wild. I was just like, oh my god, this is great, this is wonderful, I love this. Just the feeling of being like, oh my god, am I gonna get caught looking at this stuff? Oh my god, you know, it was brilliant, absolutely fucking brilliant. But yeah, also that webpage, I can look at the community hub, which is interesting, which has all of the images on it, but I can't go onto the store page because I haven't verified my age via credit card. Oh my god, so stupid. Get back from the cinema, and awesomeness still streaming, still going for the time being. What did you go see at the cinema, Astra? But yeah, Slime Magpie, that you reminded me of that game, and I was like, that's amazing. Excuse me. How's it going? It's Matty again. How you doing? Then how do you look up what a breast illness looks like? Authenticator, this is one of the major problems with the Online Safety Act, is the fact that it's censoring pornography, stopping kids from accessing pornography, which I'm all for. You know what I mean? Are they going to find ways around it? 110%. But we should do what we can to stop kids from accessing potentially damaging images that will give them a false identity of what sexuality and sex looks like. 110%. But the downside to it, the side effect to it, is the fact that it is also censoring perfectly legitimate health dynamics, stuff to do with breast and genital health, stuff you need to look out for, censoring stuff to do with like political stuff. It's very much moving into a censorship regime, and it's bad. Don't know. I still play hide the porn with my friends. If they ever give me access to a PC, then expect that I will find your porn. The question is how fast I find it. I still keep some porn on hidden folders just to keep playing the game if I have friends over using one of mine. That's amazing. I love that. That's fucking excellent. I like that as a fun little game anyway, you know. That's what a person saw doing Roblox, and Roblox went out of their way to ban the YouTuber that was working law enforcement, and tripled down on why exposing the criminals using it was worse than getting them arrested. Wow. That doesn't surprise me. That actually doesn't surprise me at all, Frax. Probably because they know that isn't a sole case. That isn't a solitary situation. And as a result, they would lose a lot of people that are putting a lot of money into the game. And that's terrifying. And also horrifically immoral. A friend of mine from uni was born and raised in Burundi. Had a quote on his wall that said, "Charity is the white man's opium." Yeah. It's that double-edged sword that I think about a lot, especially as a content creator. I do things.
Are you following me? Ooh,
Thank you so much for the follow, Sephiroth. I really appreciate that. I do things out of the good of my own heart. I just don't go around filming them. Like, it's different if we're like raising money for something. Do you know what I mean? If we are doing something specific, and then I'm like, I'm going to give this money to the Survivors Trust, who is it's a charity here in the UK that help the victims of rape and sexual abuse. Do you know what I mean? A charity that's very, very close to my heart. I'm like, cool, we're going to do this thing, and I'm going to give this money to the Survivors Trust. You will then see me either give the money to the Survivors Trust there and then, or like put up a picture in the Discord of me, of like the donation page to confirm. But that isn't me being like, look, we've done all this thing. Like, that isn't me blowing my own trumpet. That is me being like, here is confirmation that the money that you have given has gone where I said it was going to go. It's a receipt. Do you know what I mean? More than anything else. I do things all the time, and I've never felt the need to film them. I've never felt the need to be like, hey, look, everyone, here's me doing charity stuff. Do you know what I mean? It seems so disingenuous. And it's a double-edged sword, because I also understand the dynamic of, like, that charity work wouldn't be done if it wasn't for those content creators trying to make content. And it's that constant weighing up of, right, okay, yes, they are doing it for their own gain, but on the other side of things, the thing that they're doing is massively benefiting all of these different people. Mr. Beast is a prime example of that. He has an entire channel dedicated to humanitarian aids. Yes, he is doing it so that he can boost his own numbers, boost his own fame, boost his own, like, get the money from all the ad revenue, etc., etc., etc. But on the other side of things, he's also providing a shitload of help to a shitload of people. Is he a sociopath? Probably. Is it good what he's doing? The reasons aren't good. The moral decision as to why he's doing it is probably not good. I mean, who am I to say? Maybe he's actually a genuinely really nice person and what have you. But I don't think he is, based on all the shit that's come out recently. But on the other side of things, the stuff that he is doing is still massively helping a shitload of people. If it's all going the way that it is reportedly going, you know? Penis brings up more penises than breasts does of breasts, though they are medical images. Of course, Milky Pock, because that would be, because if a person is searching for penis, they are obviously looking from a purely medical point of view, because everyone in the United Kingdom is a heterosexual male. And nobody would look for a penis in the United Kingdom if they weren't heterosexual male. Penis. Images. There's a lot of penises. Lot of penises. Because why would you... Yeah. Oh, the misogyny has boiled my piss. Pope Wit, how you doing, you beautiful bean? Sensitive is indecent. Let art be art. Let adults be adults. Yeah, exactly. And let parents be parents. It is not my responsibility as a fucking human being that lives in the United Kingdom to be punished for parents not having child locks on their devices. Why am I being punished for other people not having child locks on their things, or not having the conversations with their kids about how problematic sex work can be? You know what I mean? And I stand with fucking sex workers. Sex worker is real work, absolutely. But is there problems within the industry? 110%. Do you know what I mean? Also, hi, how you doing? Time Zone Demon just stole Monday. It needs to catch some sleep. You take it easy, Viking. Appreciate you. Sleep well, you beautiful bean. Hope your leg heals very fast. Best email friends can find it. Disturbing large amounts of people. Pornhub and other sites have download option for videos. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Which is the reason why they also not only have the download option, but they also have, a lot of them have the export option, which means you can export it or inlay it onto another website, which is why you can go onto shitloads of third-party websites that have Pornhub videos on them. It's pretty wild. Even if they had the experience of French filming crew coming to his village when he was like 8 and doing charity, but once things went back to the way it was before. Sadly, don't have the video, but showed of it. Oh, right, okay. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all. Like, yeah, the whole dynamic of going in, doing charity, doing charitable works, with no basis of maintaining that. Yeah. You should have a Steam badge for the age of your account. Mine's 1021. Where would I even find it? Badges? I don't have any badges that are in progress. Badges I own. Completed. Director of Acquisitions. Oh, apparently my I've only got 9 years of service. My Steam account is significantly younger than I thought it was, which is surprising to me because I've had Steam forever. I've had Steam since I was like in university, which was like 20 years ago. What the fuck? Did I make a new Steam account? Can't see any reason why I would. But okay. The jump scares are being caught. Exactly. I know that Xbox is doing age verification along with Grand Theft Auto. Yeah. Well, Steam are doing it for any adult game at the moment. And the way that they're doing it, I will say, and this is the very little amount of credit I'll give in this situation, I will say that I appreciate the way that Steam are doing it, in the regards of they are verifying age by having a credit card. Because the way that a lot of these places are doing it is you must use a third party to do photo ID or a face scan. And a lot of those third parties, there's a YouTuber who's been following this. I've been following their coverage of the whole thing, and they've been talking about how a lot of people's passports and driving license and face scans are already all over the dark web, because the third-party verification companies that all of these websites are using do not have good security. They don't have good security. So they're all just being hacked, and all of these people's data, just shitloads, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people's data is just being stolen. They're just like, yeah, cool, we'll just sell it all on the dark web. Fuck it. Why not? Because nobody thought this fucking far ahead, apparently, you know? Almost hit the modem dialing in. I'm no even right. Can't bypass the UK. I can bypass the UK porn ban through chat. I was going to do an ASCII boobs, but realized I can't spoiler it. So here, just in case. I appreciate that. I think I wouldn't be allowed ASCII boobs on here just because of Twitch as well, because it'd pop up here, and then I'd be in trouble. So I appreciate you withholding that. Never had the feeling of someone with 3 siblings and only a single family computer. I learned about porn on the internet with my single kid friend who had their own computer. Oh, no. I just did it on the family computer. I was just a bit more smart about it. Being very well aware. It's like, okay, you want me to babysit the younger siblings? That's cool. Yeah, I can do. All right, everyone to bed. That's all right. I'm going to stay up a little bit. What have you? What time are you back? Cool. I will make sure I am done by half an hour before you get back, in case you get back a bit early. And always have my hand hovering above the little X at the top. Just in case. Just in case. I'm doing well. School holidays are finally over. 1 back tomorrow, another 2 on Wednesday, and then college 2 in college the week after. I'm free! Free! Are you going to do anything interesting with your freedom, Mai? think intended side effect is political censorship. Yeah, oh, that is absolutely. I don't know. I think forget the political censorship, Samurai Afro. I think the intended side effect is gathering data. Even though they said they definitely weren't going to do it. I was like the idea of the phrase "do good and walk away." Yeah, absolutely. Not genuine when you do it when nobody's paying attention because it's the right thing to do. Absolutely. That's all he's doing it for. Most of the money he donates is from people who gave it to him to donate it. He gets credit for donating $1 million when only $10 came from his pocket. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Can confirm at least one penis exists. Hey! I thought Google search would have seen penises much sooner. Yeah. I'm surprised, but it is what it is. Counterpoint, your responsibility as a British is to be punished. That is fair. That is fair, Samurai Afro. As a white cisgender man in Britain, I can't disagree with that. I can't disagree with it, you know. Well, the point in my opinion is not just punish, it is about the parents taking responsibility for the choice to have kids in the first place. Too many put on governments, and the government happily takes the reins and gives them more power to restrict adult choices. It's nuts, especially in Australia. Yeah, Australia is getting really bad for it at the moment. Australia is getting really, really bad for it at the moment. But they're absolutely taking a leaf out of the UK's book. Because why wouldn't you want to censor everybody in the fucking world? Anyway. Maybe you got banned because you cheated on CSR, Counter-Strike or COD. Maybe. But potentially, you know. I have 11 years of service, but I'm pretty sure I had Steam longer. You might have a new account. Yeah, I might have made a new account. I mean, I must have done, because I remember having Steam when I was in university. So we're talking 20 years ago. So, yeah. Like I told look like I'm in my 20s all the time. Face scan might not work for me. Honestly, one of the issues that a lot of people are having, that's people who are choosing to have their face scanned, is the fact that like anybody with like a facial disfigurement or anything like that, the face scan doesn't pick it up as a face. What are you meant to do in that situation? You've been born with a disability or been in an accident and got a disability that's affected your face, and suddenly the face scan's like, but you're not a real person, because you know that's not going to fucking affect your body dysmorphia at all. Do you know what I mean? Paul Sean had to go to bed early every time Balan was babysitting. Facts. Fucking facts. Absolutely. Head Britain's most tattooed man can't pass the age verification because his face is tattooed. There, perfect. Perfect example. Doesn't surprise me at all. It's however possible in the UK to currently add a kid's account to your credit card because they can request purchases or such, because you today have parents that are active gamers with kids. So also, yeah, I don't know. I don't tend to have credit cards because I don't trust myself more than anything else. However, I'm now like, do I get a credit card just so I can verify my ID? Because with a credit card, verifying your ID via credit card, I feel a little bit more comfortable with, because it's like, okay, my information will be with presumably the bank I'm already with, so they've already got my information. Do you know what I mean? The credit card's existence is just like, you are over the age of 18 and we can verify that because your credit card. But I'm also very apprehensive about giving away my credit card details. It's like, what the fuck's going to happen here, you know? Steam, not so much, but I would not be comfortable doing it with other websites, you know? Grew up in an era when we found duffel bags of hustlers and playboys in the woods, and we were lucky to have them. To be honest with you, we were talking about that earlier. The sheer treasure trove, the excitement you would get going searching for porn, going into a wooded area and finding a fucking bizarre magazine getting stuffed in the fucking bushes or something. Yeah, absolutely. Needs to make a non-profit with a mission to spread porn through the woods in the US. Honestly, that would be cool as fuck. That would be cool as fuck. Starting places that ban Pornhub. Oh my god, that would be so good. That would be so fucking good. Yeah, prepaid card doesn't work. Doesn't work. It has to be a very specific type of credit card. Because I can't use any of my debit cards. Can't use any of my bank cards or anything like that. It has to be a credit card. Credit cards are barely a thing here in Sweden. We mostly use debit cards. Yeah, absolutely. I am 100% debit card user. And I'm just like, well, what do I do in this situation, right? Yeah, prepaid credit cards, if you don't trust yourself, they work fine for verification. I mean, I'll look into it. I don't know. I don't know. I'll get something, most likely, just purely so that I can keep doing the Questionable Game Emporium without fucking issue. But it annoys me that that's even a situation. Get a legit credit card, verify it, then tell the bank it was lost so they give you a new one. Might work. Yeah, maybe. Oh, in regards to protecting the number and stuff like that, yeah, that would work. That would work. I've heard some crazy stories about the credit card system in the US and you having a bright credit score if you have no loans. It's like Magpie. That's not just the US. That's just generally the credit score system. If you have never had debt, you have a zero credit score. And a zero credit score, I'm not going to go into the details of how finances work now, but a zero credit score is worse than a bad credit score. Because a zero credit score is, we've got no information on you, and therefore we can't tell how good or bad you are with money, and therefore we're not going to offer you anything. If you have a bad credit score, they go, okay, now we know what, like, the fact that you're not good with money, so we're going to give you ridiculous rates or what have you. If you're good with money, they're like, okay, we'll give you more favorable rates. But a zero credit score, by having no debt, having never had any debt, and I mean, when I say debt, I mean, like, if you buy something on a credit card and you have a couple of days to pay it off, in those couple of days you have debt, you know. So that whole dynamic is like the TLDR of credit scores is you have to have had debt in order to have any standing on a credit-based market. You want to buy a car, you want to get a credit card in and of itself, you want to look at a house, you want to get a loan, you want to do anything. You've got to have had some description of debt in order to have a credit score. If you've never had debt, if you have never, like, you've only ever bought things with the money that you currently have, you've never had a credit card, you've never had a loan, you've never had any of those things, then you have a zero credit score. Your credit score doesn't exist yet. And as a result, everyone's like, don't know how to deal with you, don't know how to deal with you. And that's worse than having bad credit score. I've prepaid because I'm not great with impulse control, understandably. I'm the same. Lets me do stuff online and build my credit score. That's pretty cool. Maybe I'll look into it then. Just thought I'd let you know that if you want to avoid Christmas as much as possible, avoid home bargains. Thank you very much, Raven Princess. I mean, I don't really go in home bargains anyway. I have seen Christmas stuff since the middle of August. It's just fucking stupid as far as I'm concerned. But anyway. I've got to that point now where it doesn't even annoy me. I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sake. The bigger your debt you've had, the better your credit viability is. Yeah. To misquote Pirates of the Caribbean, I'm bad with money. And a man bad with money, you can always trust to be bad with money. I mean, honestly, the unknown ones you got to watch out for because you can never predict whether they're going to do something something incredibly stupid. Exactly, right? Recently moved back to the UK, no credit score, couldn't get a cell phone from Tesco, so I had to go pre-own one from sex shop. Oh, Jesus. That's wild. Just because you got no credit score, yeah. Yeah. And my credit score is not good. It's not great by any stretch of the imagination. But my credit score, even by being not great, will be better than Wimmy Wam Wam Wazzles because they have zero credit score. The Grinch has arrived, and I repeat, the Grinch has arrived. That's all right, Raven. It'll be everywhere. It'll be everywhere, Raven. Absolutely. Halloween before Christmas. Absolutely. I am so fucking busy this Halloween. I'm literally at an event on Thursday, on the 30th. Working an event Friday, the Halloween. Working an event Saturday, day after Halloween. Working an event Sunday. All in different cities. I think I've got an event on Monday as well. But I'm waiting to hear back from that. Waiting to hear back from that. Don't think we have a credit score at all here in Sweden. Interesting. I would be, another time, I'd be genuinely interested to hear about how the financial system works in Sweden. I got really into money a little while back. Not in the regards of being good at it, just in regards of trying to understand it, you know? Give me spooky shit and pumpkins, I'm ready. I am feeling it. I am feeling that. The shame my street cred won't let me finance a house. I know, right? My street cred would be fucking great for shit like that. God damn it. No Christmas on November the 12th. No Christmas on December the 15th, as far as I'm concerned. I relaxed that a little bit for this community, because I know that people in this community love it. So I'm like, December the 1st is fine. Before that, fuck off. Friends, I'm gonna call it there, you cheeky little devils. I've been streaming for nearly 5 hours, which is significantly longer than I usually stream on a Monday night. But fuck it, I've been enjoying the conversation. But friends, I'm gonna go raid somebody. I'm gonna go throw some love at another delightful individual, because that's what I like to do. I like to go throw some love at another delightful individual. I like to go throw some love at another wonderful, wonderful human being. But before we go anywhere, could you do me a massive favor and throw out some mod loves in the channel? You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. I will accept them all, because I'm a glorious individual. Look at me. Woo! Mods, thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for all you do in and out of stream, all the stuff you do for me behind the scenes, and all the stuff you do for me in there, but all the stuff you do for this wonderful community, should I say. I'm excited for Christmas. Got a lot of discount lights from last year. Yeah, I was about to say, as long as you celebrate Halloween first, we're good. We're good. I'm good. I won't be able to make it to Hull this Halloween, but I know you understand why. Oh yeah, 100%. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. As much as I always love it when people come to my events, especially people from the community, because it's just like, yeah, no, it's just my peeps. Do you know what I mean? It's my peeps. Your lives must always come first. Always, always, always must come first. Let's have a look at who we can go throw some love at. Who's doing some more chatting of shite? No, thank you very much, Nibirin. Do you know what? This person was in our chat earlier. We can go throw them some love. We can go throw them some love. They're not just chatting, but we can go throw them some love. Friends! If you are a subscriber, please copy and paste the first raid message. If you are not a subscriber, please copy and paste the second raid message. That's the first Bot of Vane raid message for subscribers. The second Bot of Vane raid message for non-subscribers. Ooh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Yeah, let's go throw some love at this person. If you can stick around for the raid, even if it's only like 5-10 minutes, I would really appreciate it. Friends, we're gonna go raid Noelia. We're gonna go raid Noelia, who was in here earlier, chatting away with us, having a good time. I met her at TwitchCon. We had a good laugh together. Today they are playing a little bit of Hollow Knight, and like I said, if you can stick around for 5-10 minutes, I'd really appreciate it. Go throw them some love, especially in the anticipation of Silk Song coming out. Yes, they're also just a really fun person to be around. They're very giggly and highly entertaining, you know. Friends, thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for the raids, the subs, the gift subs, all the cheeky little bitties. Thanks so much for the unreasonable levels of donations. Thanks so much for hanging out and chatting away with me and joining in the conversation. Thank you so much for all you beautiful lurkers that have been lurking away listening to my sultry tones. Thanks so much for all you beautiful people watching the VOD on the VODs and Vanity YouTube channel. I very, very, very much appreciate it. You beautiful individuals, very much appreciate it indeed. Friends, I'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. BST, that's 1 p.m. British time, where we'll be playing some more Date Everything. I think we might change it up in October, but for the time being, for September, we're going to keep doing Date Everything and Blue Prince. And then I think we'll go for something a bit more spooky in October, but not completely spooky, because people like different things, you know? And also, don't forget, on Thursday, I'll also be streaming an extra stream of Stardew Valley. Friends, until tomorrow, don't do anything I wouldn't do, because if I wouldn't do it, he'll fucking kill you. I'll see you all later. Bye-bye.